7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filters the Collier and Thompson phone lines and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, we've got a monster presentation for you on this polosplus.com dossier. Blues trade deadline will be all over it on this program, and looking forward to talking about it with you, with the audience, and with hoping to get a variety of people on over the course of the next 4 hours, as this is the topic in St. Louis right now. In addition to that, Martin, we said, you know what? Let's check in with Jim Edmonds and just have a conversation. But really? It can't be about baseball. Jimmy Baseball, Jimmy Farming, joining us in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour as well. Martin and I were texting early in the morning, and we're hopeful to get friend of the program, Andy Strickland, live from Seattle. But Martin thought it might not be good to text him at 4 a.m. Seattle time.
This was an hour ago.
Yeah.
I looked at the clock, said it's 6 here, it's 4 there. I think Strick gets up early. I'm like, that's kind of pushing it.
Yeah, that's aggressive. That's aggressive. So there is your Polos Plus dossier.
Didn't Mike Lupica tell Pelusi, I'm eating dinner with my family right now?
That's right. Yeah, he was a banty little rooster.
Which begs
about
the question,
whole
why
thing.
is he calling his home number? But
fair question. You're welcome to get involved. 314-399-9646. Our comfort service text inbox. Save it. You've got 2 more days to have a text inbox name from Jackson Burkett. 314-399-9646. Then we've got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over with other friends. Some for as many as 4 hours at a time, and why we're grateful for their support of the program, even if they loathe the program while they watch it.
They don't seem to care for us. We're not their cup of tea.
That's correct. That's correct. But yet, they're there every 4 hours, and we're grateful for it every morning. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug is hoping to get to 6,700 subscribers by tomorrow at 11 a.m. That's the cutoff per your contract. And we are at 6,680. So if you can open up your YouTube app, type TMASTL, and then subscribe to it, Doug gets...
I get some nice gold bullion.
That's correct. So that's what we're efforting here on the program, and also on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, day 4 of a 22-day competition in which somebody will win a Schaefer Door Company garage door, or if you are #blessed, #LoveMyLife. And you have 2, I can't even imagine. I've heard houses have this. I've never seen one. 3-car garage. Jason Gosrow will give you new garage doors if you win the email of the month, up to $5,000. So send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 9:45. Jim Edmonds in the 8 o'clock hour. Andy Strickland at some point as well. Little Jackie Papers and Chairman Kurt efforting other hockey guests for us as the trade deadline approaches. And the Blues are certainly at the centerpiece. And Doug, would you agree that that is our lead in the healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're reluctant.
No, I'm not the least bit reluctant.
why don't you care more? Jeez.
The problem is I have resting bitch face. And so sometimes I look unhappy when I'm not. I think it's a fine lead.
Okay.
What's happened with the resting bitch face?
Well, it's something that I've had to come to grips with. I see pictures of myself sometimes, and I just look like I'm scowling at the world. The jowls are beginning to droop, and that can create for yourself resting bitch face.
Really?
Yeah, that's kind of where I am.
I hate to hear that.
Well, you don't hear that assigned a lot to males, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think I've got it.
Okay.
Chairman Kurt was just slicing up audio. Is that in the system for one Jackie Papers? All right, so the Blues win last night. I don't know, 3% of you care about that. What you care about is the trade deadline. And Colton Parayko and the Buffalo Sabres. On Chris Kerber's podcast, he confirms that there is a decision for Colton Parayko to make. And after the Blues game, he said he still has not made it. Here is the interaction, Jackson, between Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale on the Curbside podcast.
With a name like that on the move, potentially, this is a massive shakeup to this organization. We're not talking minor UFA pieces in Oscar Sundqvist. We're not talking about players with, a year on their contracts in Justin Falk that you kind of speculated would be on the move. We're talking about players that were projected to be a part of this organization for a very long time.
One guy you probably thought could have been blue for life.
Blue for life, and not to mention, if you played every other game like you mentioned last week, every other game the rest of the week.
Starting tonight, if he had played the rest of the games, he would have tied Barrett Jackman for the most games played by any Blues defenseman, and right now sits third all-time in franchise games played.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. And a player, two curves, that has a lot of good hockey left in him. So that's, to me, how big and how impactful this move could be if it comes to fruition. Again, a lot can happen over the next 24 to 36 hours. Something to certainly keep an eye on, though. Emotions are high, and you try to stick together as best you can. You understand it's a business, but it's still hard.
And I think a day ago we said, boy, Robert Thomas, if you trade Robert Thomas, you are really making major moves and maybe kind of changing the core. We didn't even mention Parayko. And then when you hear that name, you say, okay, we had assumed Falk would get traded. We thought maybe Schenn would agree to leave. But Thomas and Parayko, I thought, were still part of your core. And if you still thought you could win in the next couple of years, those were players that you would keep around. Because Parayko makes $6.5 million. He's under contract 4 more years. That's a pretty reasonable price for a guy who's on Team Canada in the Olympics. So, to me, the biggest questions are still going to be for Doug Armstrong. What happened to kind of knocking on the door? All of a sudden, this looks more like Chaim Bloom, and all right, this thing's not very good. Let's blow this up. Steen, here you go, start over. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I think clearly they've come to that conclusion, that we got to start over completely.
Which is stunning from where they were a year ago, 6 months ago.
And with Parayko, you wonder exactly what he's mulling over from a pure hockey standpoint. You'd say, sure, I'll go to a team that's got a chance. But when you've been in the city for 10, 11, 12 years now, this is his home. He's probably got a lot of good friends. I don't know what his personal situation is with his relationships, but those things matter to players, and that's one of the reasons why you get a no-trade clause, because if you don't want to go somewhere, you can say no thanks. And I guess that's what he's deciding on now.
You think about it, he debuted in 2015. Yeah, the Rams were still here. Mike Matheny was the Cardinals manager. That was a long time ago. That's when he debuted.
Doug, you didn't have resting bitch face in 2015. That
it was just beginning to develop.
Early stages, onset.
Yeah, I was porking up a little bit, and that led to some droopy jowls.
Jeremy Rutherford from Seattle reporting. Parayko not in the lineup against the Kraken, which was expected as he's been dealing with back spasms. He was at the game and was seen walking out of the locker room after the Blues win. The Blues stayed in Seattle last night, Martin. He gave you a little logistics. I know you enjoyed it. And then are flying to San Jose today. They are not going to practice. And then Jim Montgomery said he expects Parayko to be a player on the team's 3-game road trip, so the back issue seems minor. That's Jeremy Rutherford with his report in The Athletic.
The fact that Thomas played last night leads you to believe that there's nothing imminent with him. We thought there was there for a while, but if you were really super close to a deal for someone, you'd probably want to sit him out.
I would agree with you on that.
How many Sabres players can we get in return, Doug? They wanted Thomas. Now they'd like Parayko. And the return they've talked about, I don't know enough about these players, but it sounds like a decent return. But again, for a team that's not expecting to win for a year or two. I think that's, when you're looking for picks, players, yes, in return, maybe a hockey trade, Doug, some players in return.
You have to say hockey.
But when you're looking for prospects and picks also, that tells you, it's kind of like the Brendan Donovan deal. Why would you trade him? He's under control. Good player. Well, we're looking to add quantity.
That's when you get good players coming back, is when you trade guys that other teams actually want. But the first reports we heard of Parayko, it sounded like they were getting Buffalo's best young defenseman in the minors and a first-round pick.
Right.
And I think you'd have to say, yeah, I guess that makes pretty good sense.
And there is some concern in Buffalo that if indeed that is the case, that they are overpaying for it. From a fan standpoint, there's also a lot of enthusiasm. They'd have one of the best defensive cores in the NHL for a team that is on the upswing and challenging for a division title in the Atlantic. So all of this, I would imagine, we know the cutoff is 2 p.m. Central tomorrow. But then you wonder, as you heard Joey Vitale say there, the longer he waits, the more difficult perhaps it is for him to do it. I think everyone would agree that if he absolutely wanted to do it, it would be done at this point. The report at this point has been confirmed by Chris Kerber. I don't think people were really skeptical of the report, considering the initial source is a credible reporter. But then when you have the Blues broadcaster confirming it on his podcast, that's been put to rest. As far as what the pieces would be, that wasn't confirmed. As far as the specific team, he didn't list that. But you know that Parayko has the decision to make. And I do think it's rather logical that if he absolutely wanted to go, he waives the no-trade clause, and he's not in Seattle with the Blues last night. He's flying across the country to meet Buffalo.
You wonder how awkward that would be if a team tried hard to trade you and wanted to, and then you said no, and now you still got to play for the coach and under the general manager. It seems like that would create an awkward situation moving forward. But
Well, Torrey Krug is a good example recently where they're like, we're trying to move here. He's like, I kind of like my house, kind of like living here. You guys signed me. I think I'll stay.
I mean, that was Shen last year, and he stuck around, and the team had a hell of a run.
Yeah, that one feels less contentious, where the Krug one seemed like Army's like, no, we're going to trade. No, you can't trade me. No, we're gonna. And then Tarasenko basically said, get me out of here.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. And then Berube's like, too bad. You're here. You play. I think the closest example of a player just kind of in limbo, it reminds me when Ray Lankford was traded to the Padres. It was reported and it was well known, and somebody told me 100% what had happened, but it took a couple of days for him, I think, to sign off on it.
And it was initially Sterling Hitchcock, and then he didn't want to come here, and the Cardinals got Woody Williams instead, and I think the Cardinals wound up being quite delighted with the result on that one.
yeah, that worked out well.
And this is something that Vitale was talking about in that podcast clip. Mahomes' long body texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. If he waits until the last minute, this will affect the rest of the moves Army is able to make. Or will this affect? And the answer to that is yes. It's a domino. It's also a domino for Buffalo. So I would imagine Doug Armstrong would appreciate it if he would make the decision sooner rather than later. But at the same time, this is the clause that he has in the contract, and you got to abide by the contract. And he has the decision to make. Now, the Sabres could theoretically pull the deal off the table if he doesn't get an answer, and then they go knocking on the door of another team. But it is sitting there, and per Jeremy Rutherford, Parayko had not made up his mind as of 11:30 Central Time. So Andy Strickland is in Seattle with the Blues, and it is our goal to have him join us on the program. And Jackson and Chairman Kurt also have reached out to other NHL reporters to get their perspective on this trade deadline, because Parayko, if Parayko's going at that point, who would surprise you going? I mean, I'm talking outside of like
nobody. That's what I think.
Only the really young ones.
Yeah.
Other than that, nobody.
I do think the timing is key here. Doug Armstrong's trying to make other moves, and Buffalo's like, we're trying to add on here. Let's go. It's 2 o'clock Friday. I think we're going to get some clarity pretty soon here, because it can't drag on. I think both sides know.
I'm sure the Sabres will press him. I didn't realize Buffalo has not made the playoffs in 14 years. It's the longest playoff drought in NHL history. And now in their last 30 games, they're 23-5-2. So they think they not only are going to make the playoffs this year for the first time in a long time, but have a legitimate shot to make a run at the Cup. And they're going to go for it. Can't blame them for that. But I don't know that puts any more pressure on Parayko. He ultimately still gets to be the one to decide whether this is going to go through or not.
Guys, I'm a genuine fan of Colton. I've met him. He's a stand-up guy.
He is.
He's clearly conflicted in putting his family over everything, and I totally have the awareness of how crazy what I'm about to say is. The reason why this team is not a winner is because they don't want to win at all costs. If guys like Colton did, it would have been an instant yes. Again, I like him. I have no problem with him exercising his no-trade clause. He earned it. But by doing so, he is saying he's good with losing if it means he stays comfortable. I'm not an athlete, and I can't imagine how tough of a decision it is. Doug, that's from Steven Time of the Brothers Time. Ed, Steven, that's Steven.
Okay. Well, I don't know that we can get into his head that much. He's a stellar player and has been for a long time. Thought so highly of around hockey that he was, one of 6 Canadian defensemen to play on their Olympic team. Got a regular shift, regular player for them. He's obviously very highly thought of as a player. And just because you don't want to leave a certain city, I don't think that necessarily means you don't want to win it at any cost. I'm not sure that's fair.
Dylan Holloway talked about the awkward nature of the situation. I mean, the Blues have won 3 of 4 games since the break. It's a shame that they're not in the mix because this has been a productive stretch for them. Of
course, just stay hot.
I know that the good portion of the fan base would prefer to make sure that there aren't too many points accumulated, and maybe after Friday at 2 p.m. it would be even more difficult to accumulate points considering the roster may be gutted. But here is what Dylan Holloway had to say about this time of the year and the awareness inside the room of all of the trade reports.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody hears the rumors, hears the noise around it. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like, it's tough on guys mentally, but I think it's definitely a time for us to, come together, play for each other, and nobody knows what's going to happen, but at the end of the day, it's been a pleasure playing with everybody. I think everybody feels we have a special group, and we're just trying to focus one game at a time, one day at a time, and it's definitely a weird time, but I think as a group we'll get through it.
That was Gnarls Barkley in the background.
No, was it really?
So that was on the post games. That was not an actual locker room set, because I didn't hear that audio. So that's Curbs and Joey with the headset kind of deal. Because there wasn't a lot of talk in the room. Montgomery, Mayu, Shen's the only one who actually addressed it. He kind of brought it up himself and said, I would say he more or less confirmed what we knew and said, well, guy's got a decision to make. That's up to him. And so clearly they're aware of the situation. Again, aren't you just stunned that we've gotten to this point, that anybody and everybody's on the table? I mean, I think at the beginning of the year, they're like,
at the beginning of the year, if you would have told us the morning of the opener against Minnesota back in early October that all of this is on the table, I really would have been shocked. And I know that whether people really believe it or now it's just one of those things that you say. It's like, oh, well, I mean, it was just a 2-month run or so. And I understand that. But one of the things that stood out to me following the loss to the Jets in Game 7 was how, and I don't know, maybe this is just how people were able to reason their way through what I think was the worst defeat in the postseason for a local team as far as a game that you were about to win in advance or win a championship since Game 6 of the 1985 World Series, considering how close it was and how devastating it was, that, oh, it's okay, they'll be back, they've got this young core. So that was the religion that people found and espoused to get themselves through. It was a collapse, period, at the end of that Game 7. And now the organization is fully turning the page on that 2019 core. I realize there were few left, but now, there could be damn near none, if not none, left by the time 2 o'clock rolls tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not been pretty since the Stanley Cup run. One playoff team, couple playoff teams, I guess, didn't go anywhere. But really, they have not done well since the Stanley Cup run. There's no getting around that. Your thoughts on what is going on? 314-399-9646. It's how you can text in, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you've got the YouTube chat where 200 friends are already in there talking it over. It's the TMA STL YouTube chat. The Jeffco Hunter is talking to Mr. Burkett's rideshare and the River to Pair boat captain. They're all talking to John Scores. It's Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat here on TMA. We are looking forward to talking it over, hopefully with Andy Strickland, hopefully with other NHL insiders throughout the course of today's presentation, and a conversation coming up live from the farm in Tennessee, Doug, with Jim Edmonds and the Fisher Window and Door Store
8 o'clock hour. And then on the polosplus.com dossier, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Day 4, your standings as we sit here. Chet's neighbor has a win. Toby has a win. And Jackson, who got the win yesterday?
Average size shabangas.
Average size shabangas.
Right.
What is that, like a B cup, I guess, probably, if you look at the math, like the bell curve.
Yeah,
that's probably where it is. So you can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air online at DesignAirService.com. And the weather gets warm, the weather gets cold. Yes.
Yes, the weather.
That's right. If you're running any issues with your HVAC system, go to DesignAirService.com and work with the company that Martin works with, that Doug works with, that I work with, Design Air Heating and Cooling. And I got a text yesterday, Doug, from Al in Dadeville.
Oh, did you?
And he is the one who won the $10,000 HVAC system by winning the email of the month. It has been installed. He said this might be the most known HVAC system in the St. Louis area. They just got done. Awesome guys. Also, y'all are sleeping on installer Brad. Huge sex appeal.
Oh, is that right?
So you might want to put that in your
The
notes.
sexy
Doug.
Brad has been
Okay.
added. Doug's writing it, adding it to the list.
Down. Brad, huge sex appeal.
From Al in Dadeville.
All right.
Papers, could I have a request, too, for later? I know you're busy. Housekeeping. When Edmonds is on, just have the buzzer ready because I might accidentally bring up baseball. I might.
Oh, now you're violating the agreement I made.
No,
and now it's like I brokered a sit down, and now you're violating the code.
No, I'm saying if it accidentally comes up, I want to be slapped around because if I say, "Hey, Jimmy, I was just looking up," sorry, it's just okay. Back to farming. Have a feel. Can we admit, like, is baseball adjacent, like this Hall of Fame? Is that?
I literally, and then I didn't get a response. We were texting like the Dickens, and I said, anything you want to make sure that we BS about, and anything you want to make sure that we don't BS about, and it was not answered.
Oh, that's on him then.
Yeah,
So it's
exactly
wide
right.
open.
So it's a free for all.
So there's these guys that wear red uniforms and throw this ball around. What do you think they'll do in 2020? Nope.
No.
Okay.
You guys have a lot of farming questions?
Well, I'm gonna workshop what. Maybe
Is it planning
two-parters
season?
from the audience for Jimmy.
Yeah, 2 parters for Edmonds. Ooh. Pack a lunch, Doug, if that were to happen. That's coming your way in the 8 o'clock hour. 8:05 is when that is scheduled to occur. Your phone calls, your texts, your conversation in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and then, of course, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today online at DesignAirService.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls and emails. This is the morning after. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. And on the TMA STL YouTube channel, this is our Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN, a rainy Thursday morning in St. Louis. Hello again, everybody. It's March 5th on 101 ESPN.
March 5th. Oh, boy, that's a good one, Tim.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with my material.
Need a coffee mug over there.
I need a coffee mug that says 101 ESPN on it. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and the 7 o'clock hour is sponsored by Healthcare Evolution. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos, and updating text inbox names furiously over there because, listen, you've got until 11 o'clock tomorrow, and then you're done for March. So when April rolls around and you're like, I don't get my text read, well, think about this moment. This is your chance. This is your chance. Great moments are born from great opportunity. This is your opportunity. Now go out there and take it. 314-399-9646. You also can call in. Chairman Kurt filters phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He filters emails for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Friend of the program, Jim Edmonds, joining us at 8:05. We are hopeful to have Andy Strickland around at 9 o'clock from Seattle, as certainly the lead in St. Louis and the lead on TMA is the trade deadline, in particular Colton Parayko. Boys, at this point, if you could get your money back, like they give you the buyout on the apps when you place a wager, if you could buy out of your under bet on 2.5 trades, if you were given that option and you were able to get 50% of your money back, would you buy out of that deal right now?
No, I'm going to stick with it.
Mark-ass buster.
Mark-ass buster.
Clip that off.
Should I be offended by that?
Was that Ice Cube who would say that, Jay?
Yeah, and Boys in the Hood.
Boys in the Hood. I wouldn't mind rewatching.
I just rewatched it.
Did you?
Literally
Did you really?
Just
Is that for
rewatched
Movie Boy?
Gareth brought it up in the coming of age movie draft. He tried drafting Fight Club, and I was like, get out of here. That's not coming of age. He was like, fine, I'll take Boys in the Hood. I was like, that's better in both categories.
Sounds like there's slapboxing on Movie Boy.
It gets contentious.
Does it?
But he brought up
Probably
Boys in the Hood.
Garrett doesn't get paid.
Yeah, well.
He comes in a little bit hot.
Hey, he was texting me last night about download numbers. I was like, you just worry about your takes, brother.
Oh, he's not happy with the download numbers on Movie Boy?
He was curious. I was like, quit.
Hasn't Movie Boy hitched its wagon to the TMA podcast feed?
Yeah, we're not unlike a small little fish on top of a hippo. You know, we get a little food.
Hippos have fish attached to them?
Yeah, they clean the hippo. The hippo gets clean. The fish gets to eat. Everyone wins.
Doug, did you know about this?
How big are these fish?
It's pretty small. It's a symbiotic relationship.
Don't ever say that word to me again.
Hey, you're out of your depths when it comes to the animal kingdom with me, my man.
Wow.
Gosh, that was also called a mark-ass buster.
And what was the question? Whether we would change our over-under
You can
pick?
buy out. You obviously bet. We all bet $100,000, pocket change, on the over/under of Blues trades 2.5. And when Jackson gave the number, Tam Avenue Capital Partners said unload, buy up as much as you can. And I said over, and you guys said under. And Martin, I'm giving you an opportunity. You're going to get $50,000 back now. Doug says he's keeping it. He likes the under.
I want them to make trades. I just have a feeling it's not going to happen.
All right. Maybe I'm the Mark-ass buster. Martin, you have a chance to get your $50,000 back if you want, and you can have the over at this point. And you're going to lose the 50, but you get 50.
Somebody's buster is going to get
I
mark-assed.
still feel like the suitors and sunnies are going to burn me, like the kind of throw in last minute deals. When I was thinking about this, it was the Shen Bennington Falk combo. I'm going to stay put. This Parayko delay is helping me a little bit. I think he's helping me and Doug not be Mark-ass buster, or maybe we are. I'm going to stay.
All right, there it is. Jackson, you want in on this?
I think I took the under as well.
Mark-ass buster.
Right. And so given the option to change that, I will.
Jackson's going to get $50,000 back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And does that go into the trust fund? Or does that just go into your Venmo?
I have a couple of accounts. You know, I always like to have my money moving.
Oh,
you know?
I make market moves.
Yeah, I make market moves. I always like to keep things flowing.
Fluid.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it gets spread out.
Thanks. Love you, Jackie. How about that? I just opened up the Air Comfort Service text inbox. It's the first thing I see.
Yeah, I just changed that guy's
And these
name to-
ladies just come flocking, and they text with you through the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Yeah, that lady's most previous text was a text about the roster of the World Baseball Classic. That doesn't strike me as necessary.
Probably a big missionary fan then.
Yeah, mid-20s, bisexual woman.
Absolutely not, Doug.
Probably
more
not.
in that Spanish Lake plumber category.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think so.
nothing wrong with that.
Is anybody taking Spanish Lake Plumber? Is that available?
Yes, I think so.
It is available?
There's
Okay.
some to that effect.
The downloads of Movie Boy are artificial because you force it on my phone every damn week. And that's from Mr. Licks, who is not happy now.
GD right.
GD, you're right.
You really do that to people?
I don't force anything. That's like, do you get mad at the post service because they put mail in your mailbox? It's the same idea.
Sometimes, yeah.
The same idea.
Does anything good ever come in the mail? Thoughts?
Like that you don't order explicitly, like just something that just pops in your mail.
That's right.
Sometimes a halfway decent coupon. That's about it. That's about it.
Sometimes I get
mail is 100% negative EV.
Until you have to
In
go
2026, negative EV.
until you have to go to the license office like I did last week and give them mail. And if all of your bills are done electronically, you have no bills to
You
show
download them, and then if you got to print
Yeah, I
them,
know,
you
but
print them. What are you, 80?
No, I go there and I bring all this mail, and it's nope, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That
Well, that's
doesn't
the
work.
DMV. That can't be used as a...
No, I know, but that's the one upside of having
DMV is
mail.
one step up from sports talk radio in the career pecking order.
That's a bad scene.
Those
there,
are
man.
tough jobs.
That's a
Oh,
bad
those are tough
scene there.
jobs.
Wait a minute. This mark-ass buster Doug scolds the Cardinals for trading name players and large contracts, but he's on board with the Blues doing it? Wow. Doug, that's from Gary Pinkel's cell phone etiquette.
I haven't said that I don't want the Blues to make the trades. I've said that I don't think they're going to be able to.
No, but are you upset that they're unloading key players because you were upset the Cardinals were unloading? I think is what they're...
Not as much.
Okay.
And what's the reasoning on the difference?
Well, I think the Cardinals may have been a couple of additions away from possibly being a contender in the division had they kept the other 4 former All-Stars that they traded. Not now. And hockey teams tend to turn over more quickly, and younger players are often better in hockey than they are in baseball. You can get some really good dominant hockey players that are 21, 22 years old. There's not too many baseball players like that. Just in general, I think the Blues are farther away than the Cardinals were.
You were meant to be broadcasters. Every last one of you. That's from the Tim Man. And is he quoting Herb Brooks in Kurt Russell's speech in Miracle 2004?
I don't know what he's doing.
Seems like he might be.
Okay.
Are you raising your voice at me?
Does it
He wasn't
feel like
quoting McKernan.
Does it feel like you were meant to be a broadcaster?
I mean, what the hell? I was bussing tables at Pietro's.
Well, maybe that was your calling.
There was that older waiter who was into me.
Oh, gosh.
And I don't kink shame.
I do. I do, and you should have brought him up on charges. People didn't seem to do that back then, did they?
Doug is smoking actual crack rock. That's from Jugs in D.C. here. It's our Atlantic 10. Are you on crack?
I've never been on crack, no.
Put that off. And Jugs will be there this weekend. Billikens at George Mason. Billikens cut down the Nets. They're A-10 champs. I guess in theory they could finish tied with VCU. Then you win the tiebreaker. I like to see that thing outright. Get the win against the Patriots.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. What's the daytime on the George Mason Patriot Showdown?
That information's
Doug,
not available anywhere.
No, it's probably something you ought to crowdsource live on the show to really prove that you probably should be back at Pietro's bussing tables. Wonderful, wonderful salad there, Doug, by the way.
Yeah. Tableside guac? What's the
I
sitch?
don't think they do tableside
gosh.
guac, but maybe I can text
Seeing
the Iowa
3
family.
o'clock Saturday. 3 o'clock Saturday.
3 p.m. So we got 11 a.m. in Columbia, Missouri. Arkansas, fresh off a big win against Texas last night in Fayetteville. Didn't you think they'd bounce back after getting waxed by the Gators papers?
Yeah.
And then 3 o'clock for the Billikens, rah, 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 against George Mason. And then 7 o'clock for Zach Bryan. That looks like that's my day.
That's a good day.
Yeah.
11, 3, and 7.
I had a great day with my son last night, going to the Billiken game. Martin, I did choose to lie to my 4-year-old and said that we were going out to do some practicing, and took my older son and one of his buddies.
Snuck out the back door.
No. In your Billiken gear, wearing hats, and
you put it on in the car.
Left wearing overalls, carrying a shovel. Dad's got to go do some manual labor.
He would know better on that. But went to Obie Clark's to get the dirty wings. That was the decision we made.
Good call.
Felt good about it.
Yeah.
Wings and fries for both, please. Wings and fries for both. Doug, how do you feel about that order?
Well, you do you. It's not what I would order, but you do you.
I like the dirty tenders. Really good. It's a real meaty tender.
I didn't even know about that.
Special.
Dirty tenders at Obie Clark's?
Special.
Is that right?
Very special.
Wow. And that's when you're sitting there at the bar and you ask him to change an NHL game to an NBA game?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right.
How about that?
You Mark-ass buster.
Clip that off.
No Vaseline. Yeah, he was rough. Oh, where'd that come
Papers. You might have just won yourself a Marconi.
Yeah. Yeah. Take that, Vaughn.
I hope that was out of context.
Doug, is No Vaseline the George Washington of diss tracks?
I don't have any idea.
I think it might be.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess K-Dot.
Recency bias on that one.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's like one of the bigger hits that is a diss track.
Yeah, No Vaseline wasn't played on Q106.5 with Rick Idle.
No, it was not. It was probably played in other venues.
Like it was played in other venues. It was so coded. What, like a roller rink?
Well, I think it probably attempted to be played in probably some courtrooms at some points. But there's been some great ones.
I like when Papers just ends a thought. It's kind of like, carry on. Like the rest of you. I mean, you have stuff to tend to.
No, I mean, yeah.
But sometimes it's like, okay, back to you.
Yeah,
back
just,
to you. I've done my part. You guys,
like
let's go.
Costanza, I want to end on a high note.
Kwame Voyukas the fourth says, sorry, Tim, it's hit him up. That's Pac, and he went after Biggie. Yeah. And then, maybe that led to other unfortunate incidents in Las Vegas and New York. I don't know. But Doug, he blatantly implied that he cucked him, candidly.
Oh, did he?
And then you got East Coast, West Coast, Doug, the whole thing.
And what was the deal with the Vaseline?
You got to clip that off now, Papers, and add that to the mix.
OMG, Piddles just did something right. That was a killer drop, Jackson. That's from my favorite texter from the balloon party era, the Grape Ape Auto Detailing. That's a huge compliment there.
Yeah, feel good about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's like if Nick Saban said you ran the right route.
Yeah, that's very similar. Grape Ape Auto Detailing and Nick Saban.
Boy, a lot of hit 'em up support in there. Tip of the cap to the audience on that one. So yeah, go to the Billiken game last night, and they do get the win. Senior night, certainly the theme. And then Martin, they cut down the nets. They cut down the nets to celebrate the Atlantic 10 regular season championship.
Yeah, good for them. 19-0 season at home. You're 27-3 now. 8-10 last time they did. 2014, been a long time. Doug, did you have resting bitch face in 2014?
I seem to always have it.
Okay.
Especially when I'm resting.
Okay.
I saw Earl Austin got a piece of the net. They gave him a piece.
Oh, for sure. And then Kellen Thames got the start, and they honored him after the game. Not a senior in terms of years left. He's got another year to go, but he's finishing his 4th year with the Bills. But I think the expectation is he'll be back, and I think Schertz even said to him, like, let's do it again in 26, 27.
Yeah.
And I think people are, that means Coach and Kellen. Run it back.
I got to tell you something. As I'm walking out of the game with my son, I said I thought that was encouraging because Josh Schertz at the time started to encourage the crowd to get him to get the crowd to cheer because they were saying, I think it was like one more year chant for Kellen Thames. Yeah, I thought that exact same thing, Martin. I don't know if that was going around social media or not, but I thought that exact thing.
That maybe Coach is even thinking about. Got this crew for next year. Bring them all back.
So if he's bringing them back, then is he coming back? You see, Doug? You see?
I see. They're going to lose some good talent in Deion Brown and Avila, OTNO, seniors. It'll be tough to replace Avila, for sure.
But you got Now, his money, this is crazy to talk college sports, but that money comes off the books, so now you can go spend close to $1 million to get a big man.
Yeah.
And then you replace Deion Brown. You run everybody else back. That Kulu Anya can kind of be Otieno. So you don't have a lot of holes if everybody else stays put.
Deion Brown is an
coach.
interesting player, I think. He's not big. He's only like 6'3", but he gets an awful lot of baskets real in close.
Super athletic.
Deion Brown?
Deion Brown.
Coach's dream player.
Yeah.
Does everything, can guard guys 5 inches taller than him, goes and gets boards like crazy. He's awesome.
Papers, would you like to update your local college basketball rankings?
No. No, I think that it's tough to say after the performance on Tuesday night, but I think Missouri is playing better right now than SLU is. However, looking at the body of work, I still think it's a real toss-up there. But Illinois is still the winner, even if they're playing not their best ball either.
I'm still shocked. They keep putting Illinois as a 2, but I just got to look at who all the other candidates are. I felt like they dropped out of that status in recent weeks.
Houston, I feel like, is about as close to a lock for a non-1 seed in that top 4 seed category because I don't think they crack the top 4, but I don't see them falling below a 2.
Yeah,
Papers, do you agree with that?
They got Oklahoma State to finish off the road. That's in Stillwater, and I don't think their Big 12 tournament performance will matter much.
So they were losing last night on senior night. 4 seniors, 4 guys who actually were there the whole time. Yeah. Very rare with Kelvin Sampson, and they came back and they won, and I believe covered too after they were losing. And then you had Purdue, another team that could be in the mix for a 2, although they've been falling off, and they were losing at Northwestern. They came back and won by 4, I believe. Mm-hmm. I think Michigan State's live for a 2, and it's relevant to local basketball fans because I think St. Louis is going to more than likely host 2 seeds. Iowa State, Papers could be in that category.
Yeah, they're one to keep an eye on, though.
Florida will probably be a 2. Florida.
Yeah, they've been a 3.
One of them.
Florida's been a 3 in a lot of bracketologies, but the way they're playing, a 2 seed seems very fair.
I mean, they're going to play in Tampa.
Yeah,
that'd be my expectation.
Right.
So, now just a matter of what it goes down here over the next week and a half for the Billikens at the A10 tournament, in addition to Saturday at George Mason, and then you'll have the Fighting Tigers taking on Arkansas. Illinois wraps things up with Juan Dixon and Maryland.
Okay.
Fun to see Gary Williams on the sidelines.
Did you see where the NCAA issued notes to teams saying because of the shortage of charter airplanes right now, they may keep teams as close to home as possible for these early rounds.
And expect delays and crazy travel deals. Yeah.
Yeah, so that could mean St. Louis, Mizzou, Illinois, maybe they're all here in St. Louis.
Or, in the closer vicinity cities. Not having to travel out to San Diego.
I hope that's the case.
Yeah, agreed.
I kind of wish that was the case all the time. Because some of these games, they play the early games of the tournament, the buildings aren't particularly crowded.
No, like Mizzou, I feel like in 23 they had to go out to Sacramento, and it was like a 2 o'clock game, noon Pacific time. Just no one's there.
Not going to get much of a local crowd for those.
Scott Highmark told me a story last night on the 2 Fox. He said when the Billikens made it in '94, that's the year they lost to Joe Smith in Maryland. He said we played in that 11 a.m. game. He said I was in my dorm room by 3:30. He said I felt like I wasn't even in the tournament.
Oh my God! Really? He was back in St. Louis in his dorm room.
He said we played that early game where the 11 a.m. He goes, we lost. We're back. He said I looked at my dorm room. It's 3:30. I'm like, God. And the tournament was just kind of heating up on TV.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's why you just want to win at least one.
You want to play the Friday night game because even that feels like you've kind of lived it more.
Survived, even though you didn't play.
Yeah.
You can email in. We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day that comes your way at 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier. We are hopeful to have Andy Strickland join us coming up around 9 o'clock. Jim Edmonds for a non-baseball conversation, but everything else is welcome. That's coming up at 8:05, so only in 20 minutes here on your Polos Plus dossier. And Little Jackie Papers and Chairman Kurt we're firing emails and DMs out to a variety of hockey reporters here, with this trade deadline being the lead story on TMA and throughout St. Louis area sports. Email in, but remember, Doug can suspend you in the appliance discount or suspension logule. I had appliance discounters over at the house yesterday. Matter of fact, very happy client of appliance discounters in the Bradley family. They do things right. TMA listeners, appliance discounters has great deals for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off our already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they are called the appliance discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations: Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. You can send in 2-part questions for Edmonds. Hell, he might answer them. I don't know. He just doesn't really want to talk about baseball. That's his thing.
Okay.
So, I don't know. 314-399-9646. If you have crop questions like Doug does, favorite crops.
When do you start planting? That's my question. It's got to be soon, right?
I would think. Well, we'll find out.
Yeah,
the man's a farmer
question.
now.
Okay.
That's coming up at 8:05. Elliot Friedman had some thoughts on Doug Armstrong and what is going on with the Blues. He will have that clip for you from Elliot Friedman coming up on the other side of the break. Edmonds at 8:05. Hoping for Andy Strickland around at 9 o'clock. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45. There's your Polos Plus dossier as we are in the Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour on the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
What are your plans for lunch? What about this afternoon? What did we say the other day, the old day? Stop it off for one. Boy, the perfect spot for that is the Village Bar. Kind of got that Cheers vibe. You walk in, you just start to get to know the folks. It's a great hangout. Awesome place for lunch. You know about that. The cheeseburger, the wings, waffle fries. And in addition to all that, I've been telling you about 1879 Distilling. The barn out back, that really cool looking barn in back, that is home to 1879 Distilling. That's where they're making the spirits, the award-winning Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, 1879 Bourbon. There's so many different brands and flavors going on, and even better, you can taste them yourself on weekends. Saturdays, noon to 5, the tasting room is open. It's right there connected to the Village Bar. Pretty cool spot as well. Little gift shop in there for all things Village Bar and 1879 Distilling. Sample the products, make plans Saturday, noon to 5. You know the Billiken game will be on. The game's always on at Village Bar, but the tasting room open just on Saturdays, noon to 5. Sample it for yourself and find out why people are starting to ask for it around town. Award-winning spirits. They started this as an homage to the distilling days back in the 1800s. You can find that whole story online, and you're going to be going to the Village Bar anyway to meet friends and hang out with the family. On Saturdays, stop by the tasting room. It's 1879distilling.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues win last night, off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Sharks. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9 right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Doug, this is what you requested. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah. Yeah, I play this almost every night.
Oh, do you really?
Trying to get to sleep.
How's your subwoofer?
It's big. It's big for me.
TMA 101 ESPN. Shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering phone calls, filtering emails, and you're welcome to send in emails or call into the program at 314-974-0101. Text in 314-399-9646. Your polosplus.com dossier. Farmer Jim Edmonds joining us in about 10 minutes live from just outside Nashville, Tennessee. And then Andy Strickland. Martin, you have decided, you know what, I don't care. It's 5 o'clock, 5:45 in Seattle. We're gonna wake up Strick Nasty and we're gonna get him on. So
He hasn't responded yet.
Yeah, still enjoying some
He calls
slumber.
Daddy's time of year the playoffs. So I said, this is kind of Daddy's time of year, wouldn't you say?
Probably out partying after the game, too.
So we look forward to him joining us here as the trade deadline is the topic. The non-ling just sent me this here in the commercial break. This is just tweeted by Pierre Lebrun. As good a haul by the Flames for Mackenzie Weegar as it was, two things can both be true at once. It didn't put a dent in Utah's very top assets. The Mammoth did not trade away any of their top 5 prospects and still have their first-round picks for this year and next, which is to say, Utah remains well-positioned to take another run at Robert Thomas, or they could look at something else. Point being, they've kept their powder dry, and that's something that John Mozeliak said that fans loved. Is that right? Or was that low-hanging fruit? Or was it both of them? Dry powder, we have dry powder.
Low-hanging fruit had a longer shelf life.
Yeah.
Dry powder was added on after low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. So that is something as note as Utah was initially the Thomas suitor. Then it became Buffalo, but maybe the conversations with Buffalo is what opened the door to, there could be a deal here for Parayko. Jeremy Rutherford writing last night as he left Seattle's arena that Parayko was there. He didn't play. That was scheduled because of back spasms. But there was no decision at that time. That is something we will be monitoring throughout the program and throughout the day here on 101 ESPN. Jackson Burkett did have this audio, though, from Elliot Friedman on Doug Armstrong's message to his team.
Parayko, Buffalo and him, they do have a deal in principle, and they're waiting for Parayko to accept it. Same deal. Now, in St. Louis, Dave, GM Doug Armstrong went to the players a little bit ago, last little while, and told them, guys, we're going to be making changes, and some of you are going to be asked about your clauses. So you better prepare it in your mind about how you feel about it. And that's what Parayko's doing now.
Tim, a defenseman who kind of went through this process, who had to leave, prominent. Chris Pronger will join the show. He said, call. And I said, okay. I just said, would you give us some insight on what's going on with the Blues? He's become prominent on Twitter. He was taking questions the other day.
Really? Yeah, I enjoy what he does.
If we can squeeze him in here with a farmer mind.
Pronger and Edmonds? Look at this. Doug,
What
this
year
is
is
the
it,
Central
Doug?
Corridor special.
Yeah. It's like the Sporting News.
So what, just call him right now?
Turn the clock back.
Packers give it.
25
He
years.
said, call me. And when the Hall of Famer says, call me, I'm like, I guess that means now.
How about that? So we're going to have back-to-back HOFers?
Because what happens if...
Because Edmonds is going in.
Because what happens if we call Pronger in an hour and then I say, we got to go, it's awkward, but Strickland's on the other line. Yeah. So I don't... We're in a weird spot. Doug, this is logistics live on the air.
So if we bumped Pronger for Strickland, that might be the last time he ever talked to 44.
Yeah. We just tell Strickland we were kidding. Just playing with you.
And I think the opposite. So Edmund says no baseball. I feel like Pronger's might be hockey only, fellas. Let's keep it to hockey. But there's a guy... I know
Timmy's a pervert.
But there's a guy who was traded from the Blues and kind of went through this period where the Blues were kind of trending down, and you got you're on the move. So
Papers is in calling Chris Pronger. Just don't press push, says put them on together.
How about that? We could just leave for a while.
Not a bad idea. I'll go get a treat. You get an Egg McMuffin, you get a sausage biscuit?
Egg McMuffin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty good. That's a good treat, isn't it?
It's not bad.
Yeah, if you look at the nutrients on it, I mean, I'm not saying it's ROI, but it isn't the worst thing either.
No, it's
especially
fine.
for the delicious treats. Joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, he texts Martin, call me. Well, that's what we do. Chris Pronger joins us here on 101 ESPN Morning Prongs.
Martin is very, very smart in that regard.
Yeah, good for you, Martin.
Because I said an hour from now we might have Strickland on, and it would have been awkward if I told you we didn't have time for you because we had Strickland.
Correct. Once you get scoops on, it's all over.
It's all over. It's over. How about this guy? You are a media mogul in the making. He's got a visit the other with Joe Buck and John Hamm. I said, this is like a surprise guest, Mount Rushmore, this guy. You're exploding on the internet, my man.
Well, thank you, Martin. Very kind of you.
Okay. Tim, that sounded to me like he doesn't really need my approval, I think.
I enjoy this. What do you think about what's going on here with the Parayko conversation?
Well, it's very interesting. It's a tidy return. You get a young, similar size, 6'6", offensive defenseman, young, developing, still going to take a lot of work, but, 9th overall pick. I think if you're looking at, if you're the Blues looking at this trade, you're swapping out a veteran defenseman. If you're in a retool, as we've heard that phrase bantied about, this is the type of trade that would work for them. You get a young up and coming defenseman, you get a first round pick, albeit the pick, if Buffalo makes a playoff, it's anywhere from, probably 18 to 32, depending upon how well they do in the playoffs. And so it's, I think if you look around the National Hockey League, most of the teams now are built through the first round. If you look at, I think probably 75% of the teams have first round picks playing up and down their lineup, with a handful of second round picks, third round picks, et cetera. But, our league is built on first round picks. So the more first round picks you can add to your stable and hopefully rebuild with, you're going to be in a better position.
Redeem Mertka, I believe. Mertka, the guy you're talking about, he was ninth just last summer.
Ninth overall last year.
Yep. But what do you think the decision is for Parayko? Obviously, he's sitting on it for a minute. It's a big thing. He's been here since 2015. What do you give us a little insight? What do you think is going on for him? Because obviously, you'd be going to a winning team.
Yeah, an up-and-coming rising team. I think it's a combination of things. It's, does he want to live in Buffalo? Does he want to move to Buffalo? Are there other options? And this is the whole conversation around no move clauses, no trade clauses. There's a reason the player negotiated for that right and earned that right to have that clause in their contract. And so, I think having it thrown out and, this trade leaking and bantied about before the players even agreed to the trade, I think is a little sad, because now we're sitting here talking about it. And if he says no, now he's got to come back to the team? Come back to the fan base who are, whether they're excited about, these new young players and prospects or what have you. So, that's the interesting part and the uncomfortable part.
I wanted to ask you about that, Prongs, because one of the, I can't recall who it was, but I saw somebody this morning writing about it's odd how many leaks there have been regarding trades over the last 24 hours, and a couple of them obviously have been involving the Buffalo Sabres. So there have been a weird amount of leaks on these trades, putting players and organizations in a unique spot.
Absolutely. And you look at the Robert Thomas scenario.
Yeah.
Scores a nice goal last night. And that's the thing. It's not easy when all these things are being thrown around in the media and the fan bases, and you're trying to focus and play a hockey game. Albeit they're out of the playoffs right now, you still have to go play and perform at a high level. You're very competitive. You're very driven. Regardless of circumstance. And so you want to make sure you're playing to the best of your abilities. And there's a lot of distractions at the current moment. A lot of those will be over Friday afternoon. But, It's not easy. And I think, social media and, all the rest of it, all these alleged insiders wanting to be first to report on something, it can be a challenge and throws a wrench in maybe the plans. Maybe situations like that get thrown out before the player has an opportunity to really digest and discuss what he wants to do. He's now thrown in a situation where maybe this sours him on the opportunity, and he's like, no, I don't want to go there. And now we're back at square one.
I think it seemed logical that the Blues try to move some of their older veterans, the Falks and the Shins and guys like that. But the two names we've heard about, Thomas and Parayko, maybe the two best players they've got on the team, does that signal that they think this is going to take a total teardown?
Not necessarily. I think if you're looking at their retool window, if you will, that's what we want to call it, I would say you're looking at picks and prospects. I don't think Robert Thomas is not going to get traded for just draft picks. That I can tell you. They're going to want a NHL player. They might want two NHL players. At least an NHL player up the middle. They're going to want a high-end prospect, and you're going to want a first-round pick, and they might want something else. So the return, if you're going to think about trading Robert Thomas per se, you're going to want a large return, and you're going to want to make sure that you're refilling your coffers, if you will, and you're also getting a player who's on the rise and ready to kind of step into those shoes in a year or two that Robert Thomas is leading.
I think some people, myself included, are stunned, though, that we went from opening night, hey, this team's a playoff contender. Remember how good they were at the end of last year, and now here we are unloading players, just maybe one of the biggest, potentially, including the summer, I would say, roster kind of shakeups that we've seen in a long time. Are you surprised that we've gone from where we were in October to this point?
A little bit, but I think that maybe speaks to whether we looked at what they did last year. You could look at it one way. You could say, well, that was an aberration and they're not going to do it again. Or maybe they played above their heads the last, 20, 30 games of the season on that run they went on. Or this could be a good opportunity for them to reset, retool, as we've talked about, and set themselves up for the future in the next 2 or 3 years to kind of really compete and challenge. And, I think you're seeing the changing of the guard in net with Joel Hofer taking over a lot of the duties in net and kind of really solidifying his place as potentially the number one. And, what they're going to do with Jordan Binnington, we'll see. So I think you're just seeing a lot of rollover. I don't think people, based on, everybody's comparing to what they did last year, much like we saw in 2019, we saw to a certain extent a little bit of that last year with the run they went on and how well everything just kind of fell together. Those instances are few and far between to go on those types of runs. And a lot of things have to come together and happen in succession. So, and every year is different. I think that's where I think fans and media really kind of struggle is each year is going to be different in its own right. Some players are going to have career years, other players are going to have tough years, and how they kind of intertwine and work together is really what you're kind of looking at.
And remind me what I like to say, the Blues stole Eric Brewer. When that deal went down, did you have a say in that? I'm trying to run the no trade clause now. It seems like everybody has them. Years ago, you couldn't even give one to Brett Hull. But what was remind me your situation when you said yes?
I didn't say yes. I didn't have a no trade clause.
You did not.
We didn't have them back then. And we did not have no trade clauses, no move clauses, or anything of that nature back in that time frame.
So you get a call from Larry Plow says, hey, Edmonds, it's beautiful this time of year.
No, I never spoke to Larry Plow. Okay. I got a call from my agent, and I don't think I ever talked to Larry Plow.
Oh, nice.
At that point, yeah.
Well, you weren't really a noteworthy player, so they just kind of let you
kind of a role guy.
Kind of throw in.
Yeah, from Peoria.
I was no longer I was no longer on the team.
Wow.
Jesse felt they didn't need to talk to me. I was already cast aside, Martin. Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
I know. In retrospect, I'm mad, and I'm sorry that I didn't go on a TV tangent. I regret that. One of my biggest regrets, among many.
I was day to day with hurt feelings after hearing you do that.
Day to day with hurt feelings. Oh, well, that's right. You wedged your way down to Anaheim, won yourself a cup, and then had a big old party with Sugar Ray. So you're fine. It all worked out.
It all worked out in the end. You're right.
All right. Where can the fine audience find this? You have John Hamm and Joe Buck just yucking it. Where can they find this?
Well, they can go to my website, chrispronger.com. They can and buy my book, and it's a nice little throw-in, about a 30-minute podcast talking about those early days in St. Louis, Martin, when you were so kind to me and always asked me spectacular questions.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
You were a second star. Everybody else was first.
Oh, no. Everybody else.
Sorry, Martin.
Yes.
So hurtful.
Go to my website, chrispronger.com. Find me on social media, X, Sathy, Chris Pronger, IG, Chris Pronger, or buy the book online on Amazon or your favorite retailer, and we'll come find you.
God bless America. Chris Pronger with us here. And you can check it out. It is a wonderful social media follow with Prongs taking questions from people and opining. Chris Pronger with us here on TMA. An unscheduled guest, but also perfect timing here with all that is going on with the Blues and the trade deadline. Prongs, appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
You bet. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Chris Pronger with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, we go from, was it the left side of the Sporting News cover with Pronger, and then into the middle with Jim Edmonds, and then we'll see if we can get Kurt Warner, and then we can have all three from the Sporting News cover for St. Louis, best city in sports. 2000, was that 2000, 2001?
It is right in there.
Edmonds is joining us next, except whereas Pronger would talk hockey, Edmonds will not talk baseball, but he will talk farming.
Okay.
That is coming up next year on TMA 101 ESPN. From the Stiefel Studios, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on the TMA STL YouTube channel and 101 ESPN. Papers, why?
I believe Jimmy Ballgame would use this for a walk-up song.
Is that right?
I think it might have been the Jay-Z version. When Jay-Z and Linkin Park did the collab album.
2004.
But that one, of course, is filthy and full of FCC violations.
What was the accent there? Was that Tim's accent?
Yeah.
Were you channeling your inner Timmy?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I know that the initial walk-up music was, Doug, you remember?
No, I don't.
Martin, do you remember? You remember.
I don't.
I think I...
Pearl Jam Alive All Day.
That was Earth Time by Nelly a little bit.
Possibly. Well, we can ask the man, but would it fall under the jury?
That's where I got nervous.
It's adjacent.
It's music. This is our friend Jim Edmonds joining us live from, I believe, Tennessee on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Chris Pronger in the previous segment, Jim Edmonds now, and if we can get Kurt Warner, we can have the cover of Sporting News from 2000 here on the program today. Morning, Jim.
Wow, you've just segued yourself right into that one, huh? You got to get Kurt Warner on the phone now.
Yeah, that's what we're going to go for. Might as well.
But he said no football questions.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Where are you? Are you in Tennessee?
Of course I am.
All right, God bless.
And I'm actually impressed that you introduced me as Jim Edmonds and not Jimmy Ballgame.
Yeah.
I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, we had an agreement. You'll talk about anything except baseball,
okay.
And so I am sticking to the agreement. But in fairness, I did say, is there anything you want to talk about, anything you don't want to talk about? You didn't answer that question. And so now at this point, it's a free-for-all, and Doug's going to start asking you about the National League Central or something like that.
No.
Well, you wouldn't get a whole lot of good answers out of that one. I haven't seen a pitch. I haven't seen a single pitch in over probably a year and a half, so I'm a little behind on the times.
Well, these things happen.
Cardinal fans can share that with you.
I will put in
these things happen.
I put in requests for interviews sometimes, and a PR guy for a team will say, "Okay, what are the questions?" And I immediately think, "Oh God, I don't even know." Like I've requested somebody, and then I don't really know even what the topic is. So I'm looking forward to this. Is going to be a journey with Jim, and I can't wait. How's life on the farm?
Yeah, I want to know what's going on, man.
Oh man, it's good. I just got home from dropping the kids off at school. And I am sitting here on the back porch with my barn cat watching a bulldozer flatten out our yard so my wife can have animals.
What sort of animals?
Like I'm playing Mad Libs. What in the hell just happened? So you have a barn cat?
Barn cat.
Well, we have three barn cats, and one made herself. We have two boys and a girl, and one made herself in the house, and now she basically sleeps on top of either my wife or myself or in between us every single night until I have to kick her out.
And what kind of animals are you going to put in the backyard?
Well, my wife wants a horse and my daughter wants a pony, so that's to start with. And then, I don't know, we'll go from there. It's just one thing at a time.
Wow, what does Daddy want?
Yeah.
Daddy wants some sunshine right now.
Yeah. What, a cloudy day in the Tennessee area?
Well, it's been, the weather's been a little weird in the Midwest and a little bit in the South. So we got a little bit of rain, and it's supposed to be almost 80 degrees today. So I'm pretty excited.
Oh, glorious. So how do you spend your day now with having your own farm to take care of?
Well, I went like crazy for the first year and really, just kind of trying to clean up the property with all the, extra. I want to try to turn it into like a park-like setting with the trees around the edges and stuff, and kind of got rid of all the brush and all the kind of stuff that just kind of grows, and it was like aimlessly all over the place. So I kind of chopped all that down and kept the trees up, and then we cut some trees down so we could get a pasture. And we have two pieces of land side by side, and there was a row of trees that were dividing it. So I don't know if anyone follows me on Instagram, but they saw me terrorize the trees in between our property, and then now I just put a fence around the whole thing. So now the two pieces look like one big piece, and so we're pretty excited. It's coming along.
Do you do a lot of the labor yourself, or is that for the little people?
No, this is the first time I've actually hired someone. Obviously, I'm not doing. We've done part of the property with the fence, and so I'm not going to do. It was 2,500 linear feet so far. That's a lot of work, and that was not me. And I can't run a bulldozer just yet. So, but I do everything else. I've learned how to do pretty much as I can possibly do without, I don't know, I mean, without ruining stuff, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Dude, growing up in Southern California, maybe surfing here and there.
A long way from there right now.
That's what I'm thinking. This is almost like a Paris Hilton sitcom. So did you ever picture yourself living the farming life?
No, I really didn't. I thought that I would probably either be on a golf course or a boat right about now for life. But, things change. And my wife and I are extremely, extremely happy. And I can't say that we have been this good in general, and our life has been this good in a long time. So, we got the kids here with us full time now in Tennessee. They are having a great time. They've gotten embedded in school, and now my son Hayes is playing on a baseball team, and Aspen's got soccer and basketball and softball coming up. So yeah, I think everything is going pretty well right now. We're just happy. We're just trying to be a normal normal family out in the country.
Jim Edmonds, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. I've got 2 questions. Take them whatever direction you would want. Number 1, you said you were so happy, haven't been this good. Why is that? And then 2, and I truly am interested in this because I saw Hayes in your batting cage, and I think he was either 1 or 2. And it was him with my son at the time. And I remember going back upstairs and saying to you, I said, oh, my God, your 1 or 2-year-old can hit the hell out of the baseball already. And I think that was 5 or 6 years ago. So I am truly interested to hear what you have to say about his baseball game, because I was trying to start up an agency right when I met him and represent him.
But not Jim Hayes, to be clear.
That's correct. Okay. Not the cat. We have a barn cat. We have Jim Hayes, the cat. And then we have Jim's son, Hayes, who I think can rake.
Yeah, Hayes. Yeah, he's pretty much just a 7-year-old with the same ability that you saw at 1 or 2, but at the 7-year-old age. I mean, he smashes balls. I took him to a practice. I played with Chase Headley in San Diego briefly before he went to New York. And he became a good friend. And so he pointed me, he lives around the corner, and he pointed me in the direction here to put Hayes on a team. And I told the guy, I was like, he's trying to throw to him without a L screen. And I said, you better be careful. And within 3 or 4 swings, he had hit a line drive right back at him. And so, I got his attention pretty quickly. But he's a beast, man. He swings the bat. He's obsessed with it. He goes out in the backyard and throws wiffle balls up and tosses them to himself and hits them all over the yard. And there's probably, I don't know, you can't see all of the land because some of the grass has grown a little bit already, but there's probably a couple 10 or 20 wiffle balls probably laying all over the place out there. So, it'd be interesting to see when I start cutting the grass what happens. But, yeah, he's not really on that, like, catching mode yet. He's only 7, but yeah, he swings the bat like nobody's business. It's going to be interesting to watch because he's like a right-handed power hitter already. I don't even know where that came from, but it is. It's fun to watch. And then being happy is just, not having anything on my plate right now. Right now, I used to wake up and try to figure out what I could do with my day and how I could be productive, and I got to hurry because the kids are going to be out of school at this time. Now I'm just like, the kids are my first priority. If I get anything done today, great. If not, I'll start going to the gym again after a few more surgeries. And, my wife is amazing. She's an amazing mom. She's an amazing wife, partner. Everything has just been really great. And it's been a blessing coming here. I think it really has. We've gotten out of the limelight and can kind of walk around and be discreet and just have our own little family and not have to worry about what everybody's doing, saying, and who's watching.
Chairman Kurt just said to me, ask him about picking kids up at school by horse, that apparently that's a thing.
Oh, yeah, so I thought I was really cool because I bought a Polaris Ranger, and we have a couple of people that pick up their kids in those big side-by-sides. And so I bought one that's enclosed, and I was driving the kids to school in it every day. And then yesterday, somebody trumped us and picked up their child on horseback.
Wow. What year is it down there?
I thought that was pretty cool.
Wow. You guys have indoor plumbing, right?
Yeah, okay. Barely.
All right. Picking them up by horse.
I was going to ask you how
we are on septic though, so the shit does roll downhill.
Oh, no, you can't say that.
We still have to abide by the Federal Communications Commission.
Oh, sorry.
Jackson, I'm sure, caught it. Jackson caught it.
Can I say poop?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, if you want. Yeah.
We can say poop, right?
Yeah.
Or as Doug calls it, hot scat.
I never say that.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's even worse.
Well, I don't say it.
Yeah, you should kink shame
Jim, there's a lot of drops on this show. I'm still kind of new here, but it seems like you would always put Doug in his place, and I kind of enjoy that.
Aw. I like you guys. It's been a while. I miss listening to you.
God bless America. Look at that, Doug. It's mutual.
You know, we don't get to listen to you guys here, so
Well, you can.
I've developed a nice relationship with Bobby Bones now, and so I listen to him in the morning.
You were always friends with that Bobby. You were friends with Bobby Bones going back a while.
Yeah, now I can text him when funny stuff's going on, and not just you.
I've been cucked by Bobby Bones. By the way, David Klein of Hedonism just texted in. Used to work on the program, and he says, my twins played against Jim's kid a couple of years ago at Baldwin, and that kid can absolutely rake. It's from David Klein of Hedonism. So, Doug, if you're buying up stock on 7-year-old baseball players, Hayes Edmonds.
Just put him on.
Yeah.
Put up 4 fingers. Put him on.
Yeah, you wouldn't even pitch to him.
No.
Okay.
Make him play up a couple years.
Is he playing like shortstop and center field? That'd be my guess, and then also probably pitches.
Yeah, he plays. Yeah, exactly. He plays third, short. They don't really have positions yet. He plays like third and short, and then the outfield kind of just moves around. He's not big on playing catcher or first base, though. He's not really ready for the guys to throw the ball full speed. Like he has a crazy arm too, and like I try to tell him like, hey, you can't throw the ball that hard at these kids. You're going to hurt them. Like, and then so he's like, he doesn't really understand that. So okay, well, you go over there and let them throw the ball as hard as they can at you. And he goes, yeah, no, that's okay. I think he got the point.
I would think the biggest change in your life, you touched on it briefly a moment ago, would just be when you're out and about, you can just kind of be yourself instead of always being in the spotlight when you're in St. Louis.
Yeah, it's refreshing. What is it? Anonymity? Anonymity? What do you call it? How do you say it?
I think that was perfect.
Anymore.
Yeah, I think he hit it.
What would Mike Shannon call it?
Yeah, that was a Shannonism.
Yeah. We're getting all these animals and stuff. Anonymity. Okay.
It's definitely different. It's definitely refreshing because I don't feel like I have to be on all the time. It is. Trust me, I love the people of St. Louis. They've given me everything that I have as far as my life and my family and friends and everything that comes with it. But it is nice to get away, and it's nice to be able to come back. So it's the best of both worlds right now, even though I haven't been back in a while. But I'm really enjoying this part of my life right now. So we're really excited about just flying under the radar.
Who do you keep up with, like former teammates? And I feel like Ankiel might be somebody you would text with, or like you hear from the skipper every once in a while.
It's the same. It's, Albert, Roland, Ankiel, Gary Bennett's in there, obviously Tony, Reggie Sanders. Just the guys we see a lot at all of the functions. Reggie Sanders is amazing. He makes his time for everyone, and he really goes out of his way for LaRusso, so I see him a lot. It's just, it's weird. It's just like you don't see him for a year and then you see him and it's like you've seen him every day for the last year. So you don't really miss anything. You just fall right back into place. And it's kind of nice to have friends like that.
Does the skipper give you longer than 2-word answers? I feel like everything I've ever texted him is like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's if you call him, but he's usually doing the calling, and then he's long-winded about like, okay, now you don't have to say yes, but I really want you to. And I got this event, and I just say, okay, Tony, just tell me when and where. Like you don't even have to explain anymore.
I'm obligated, even though we're not, of course, talking about baseball. But do you miss any of it in any way?
You know what? I don't right now at all. I really don't. I can't even say with one even piece of my body do I miss it at all. I'm. It's weird. I don't watch it on. I haven't turned on a baseball game since 2 years ago. I guess I haven't watched a single pitch. I think I turned on ESPN last year at the beginning of the year, and I saw the Cardinals were getting beat, and it might be 2 years ago now. Getting beat by the Red Sox like 13-2. and I just turned. As soon as I turned it on, I saw it was baseball. The Cardinals were getting beat, and I turned it off. And that was the only time I've seen a baseball game. It was literally 10 seconds. But no, I don't. I really don't miss it. I don't miss the travel. I don't miss being away from my family. Definitely don't miss hotels. Like, my wife and I want to go on vacation, and we look at each other and I'm like, I don't even really want to stay in a hotel anymore.
Airbnb it.
Yeah. That's a lot of work, too, because now you got to go to the grocery store, so it's not room service. But,
boy, it sounds like Jackson's talking.
I really don't miss it. I really, like I said, you talk about going in public and you have to be on all the time. That's the ultimate on, right? Like, you can't even take one step without people watching you, seeing what you're doing. Even when you're just going to work upstairs in the booth, you're walking by everyone that works there. You can't be in a bad mood. It's just like, it's a lot, man. It really is. And it's just, at times it got exhausting for me. And so I'm really happy with my decision. I was a couple of years ago, I tried to kind of walk away, and my wife said, no, not yet. And I finally talked her into it, and I think we made a good decision.
Well, I think because we're getting people going, you got to miss the baseball spotlight. But here's the thing that, especially for listeners of an ESPN affiliate, may not be thinking. When we would be out and we'd play golf down at spring training, so we're not in St. Louis, obviously, and then we'd be sitting there and having a drink or whatever after the round, there'd be like 40-something and 50-something women coming up to you, and they don't know you as the St. Louis Cardinal. They know you from the Real Housewives. So the anonymity does not exist if it's St. Louis or outside of St. Louis because of the Real Housewives thing. And I think that's probably where you're way more known from at this point, which probably blows people listening to this away. But that's at least what I've observed when we're out.
Yeah. It's a different demographic. Just when you go somewhere that you're like, oh, I'm going with my wife to the salon and I'm just going to sit here on my phone. And then you're like, oh God, I forgot. That's where that demographic is. Right. And you go to the gas station, you're in the baseball world, where all the men are getting gas in their cars. I'm like, hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. So it's a different place, it's a different story, and a different demographic of people recognize you for different things. And it's always nice to be recognized. It's always nice to be appreciated, and it's interesting. Like, the housewife thing didn't go so well. People didn't really get to see me, which I really don't care, to be honest with you. But people think that I'm this person that I'm not, and that's what TV is all about, right? Persona of something, entertainment. It's like they call it train wreck TV. We can't turn away, like that kind of thing. I did it. I wasn't really excited about doing it. I did it for my ex, and it just wasn't my deal. And so, it is what it is. I enjoy the experiences, but I don't think I'd ever do it again.
Do you think you would ever want to coach when the kids are older, be back in the game? No? Okay.
Wow, Insta-call.
Take your time with this.
Yeah, wow.
No, yeah. No, I feel weird because even at Hayes' practice, I'll sit there and I can see this guy Rex is Hayes' coach. He's a super nice guy, and he just looks at me like, you want to help? I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just going to sit over here and mind my own business with my glass of tequila that I'm hiding.
Oh, the mystery.
That hasn't changed.
The mystery Yeti. There's always a dad.
Don't tell anyone. Yeah, don't tell anyone. Timmy, the funny thing about what you said about the housewives and the baseball is Tennessee is in a time warp here. It's there's not a lot of housewives fans, or people are so respectful here that they don't say it. I don't think people watch that trash TV here as much as they do all around the country.
More likely to hear somebody down there. You see her over there? Her aunt was on Hee Haw.
Ooh, okay. Mini Pearl, you think? All right, this is somewhat related, but it's not.
Pearl, by the way.
Thank you for the compliment on Mini Pearl reset. If you got a call from Cooperstown, which, by the way, you're going to get, I'm adamant on this. I've been adamant on it from the beginning, and now the numbers indicate it. You would be happy to make a trip there. Am I correct?
Yeah, I would. It would be a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth, but at the same time, who's going to turn that down? But I'm not holding my breath, so it's not something that's even on the top of my agenda, or even it doesn't even cross my mind, to be honest with you. So if that ever happens, that'd be great, but I'm not going to hold my breath for it. Sour taste? Why? I just think it's just without going into so much detail, and it's not just because of me, but it's also because of the way it's been done over the years, and even just with other players, the voting system is just so screwed up. It's the only system that we have with such an honorable thing that it's just people are voting that don't have any idea what they're doing. And it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing that certain people are getting votes, that they didn't even play enough time or have enough numbers to even get in the Hall of Fame or even be a decent player. And there's guys that should get the unanimous ballot, like who was it, Mariano Rivera or maybe Derek Jeter? Those guys, some of those guys miss it by one. I mean, who's not voting for them?
Well, yeah, I think it was that they didn't get unanimous. I think. People don't vote for them because it's obvious. I mean, that's not the way it should be. And so I think they're incompetent, to be honest with you. And a lot of those guys don't watch. And I think it just put a really sour taste in my mouth. And I don't know. I think the whole thing is kind of crazy. I think that they should do like the Veterans Committee, and that should be the actual, they shouldn't have the Veterans Committee. They should have those group of people run the actual vote and then get actual baseball players that deserve it in there when they're supposed to.
It bugs me that Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens, neither one is in, and they might be probably both two of the top 10 players in history.
Yeah, I think it's time. That ship has sailed. You couldn't count quickly enough to get the amount of guys in the Hall of Fame now that were on steroids. So why not recognize that? And they all know, but it's all like fan favorite guys and favorites of the league. Why not just put the two best players that were in the last 30 years in there? And Kurt Schilling, I think. Kurt Schilling actually is one of my neighbors down the street. But and same thing with him. I think it's just a shame. I think those guys did so much for baseball. I don't care what. Like I said, there's guys that are in the Hall that are known steroid users. Why not get everyone that's the best player in their era, and especially of all time? The guys on the top of the list for everything, they should be in the Hall.
What are you most proud of your career? And I know, like Scott Rowland, later on, like the analytics went back and said, oh, wow, he was good at this, and it kind of what got him into Cooperstown. If you had to point to what you did best, is there anything that you would say?
I've never really thought of it like that. You know what I really proud is people would want me on their team. And people appreciate, people say, I appreciate what you did for our team or our organization or me as a kid. Like, I watched you, I admired you. That's really cool. I don't really care about the numbers. There's nothing better than having somebody appreciate the work that you do.
Yeah, that's a great compliment. That's a hell of a way to look at it too. Not looking at the numbers.
I always thought being a good teammate and wanting people to want you on their team. I always thought that was the best compliment you could get.
Yeah. And you'd be in that dugout. You would pay attention. That's what the skipper said. Don't sleep on Jimmy. He's paying attention. You were tipping pitches and all that. You're tipping your pitches.
How's Courtney doing? I haven't seen her in a while, and you talk about how happy you both are, and you're so happy with being there with her. How is she doing? How is she enjoying the fact that you're around all the time?
Yeah. She was the driving force behind this move at the beginning, and then we're both just really excited about it. But she's doing great. She's settling into her stepmom role now full time, which is not easy, as everybody would know. And we're just kind of doing our thing. She gets up and goes to the gym and take the kids to school, and we got baseball and kind of a group therapy thing to kind of get the kids, going and being more comfortable with each other and not arguing all the time. And just a lot of different nuances of having a family over, full-time family again. And something for her is just a lot of work. And she's doing great, man. I couldn't be happier. She's an amazing woman.
God bless. I love hearing you so happy, man. And it's always great to talk it over about anything, whether it's not baseball or anything else for that matter.
Yeah, speaking of that, what's actually going on? I heard that they started spring training, right?
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah,
yes.
we were down at our little picnic table. You wouldn't even recognize the complex, man. I mean, it looks like a college campus now.
Finally?
They did.
Did they redo it?
Oh yeah. There's buildings all over. I mean, it looks like a college campus now. You really wouldn't recognize it. You truly wouldn't.
Yeah, but they redid all that, but then they lost the culture of the game. So I'm not really confused at that whole situation.
Now, what do you mean by lost the culture of the game?
Well, I'm hearing that they just don't have that kind of actual Cardinal culture anymore. This is just what I'm hearing.
Well, that's because the players are,
20.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you guys are around it enough. I mean, is that all of baseball? I mean, it can't just be the Cardinals. I mean, you can't just dive on jump on the back of the Cardinals, and just because our team and our city expects everyone to win, is saying that they're doing it wrong. Isn't it just the era of baseball is just kind of falling by the wayside? I
don't know. That's a good question on that. I don't know, because it's so unique. I mean, when you got here in March of 2000, the Cardinals weren't that far removed from being irrelevant in the standings, because it was really the early 90s. They weren't good in 97, 98, 99, but your buddy McGuire was the distraction there, because that was the show. It wasn't about the team winning or losing. Not that that's the way Mark wanted it, certainly, but that's what it was about. And this is the first time since Bill DeWitt's owned the team that people around here are going, holy crap, it's a full-on rebuild. I mean, we're not BSing, man, when we say this. I mean, you were down there when we were doing spring training when you were with the team, and we knew everybody, including guys who hadn't had Major League time yet. And we're looking around when we're down there 2 weeks ago, and truly we didn't know guys by faces who may be on the Major League roster. So this is a totally different moment in the organization's history.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of names that just came out of nowhere, where what I have seen popped up here and there. Like, there's a couple of new faces that are really good prospects that seem like they're in camp. And, I just see some stuff on social media once in a while, and I see the guy's name, and I'm had to do a double take and see he's actually hitting in a Cardinals uniform. Who is that? So, I'm not trying to exaggerate. I really have not seen one thing other than maybe on social media, but I do feel bad for the fans if they're really concerned that they're rebuilding and if they're not going to win. It's going to be tough for them to get anywhere near the 3 million mark again, but they'll get it back eventually, and hopefully those young kids will. The hard thing about baseball now is that you can't put a team together that young because they can't stay together.
That's the thing.
The way the economics are now. That's, I think, what the perfect storm was for us is everyone was already done with all that crap, and they brought people in that were getting paid, we're about to get paid, we're already done with all that drama and free agency and all that, and you kind of knew what you got. And so here you go. Here's 25 guys. We know exactly what we're dealing with, except for maybe 2 or 3, and go get them. And now it's just you get all these young guys, and you got to go through arbitration. You got to worry about, do I bring him up right now? Do I wait to him in Super 2? All these BS things that they play with their service time. And I think it just is it goes both ways, right? They screw with it a little bit, and then it screws with them because it ends up biting them on the backside, because then of arbitration and free agency pop up so quick when these kids are so young.
Well, that could all be changing here in a major way. I know you're not following it, but there is an expectation. Bryce Harper himself said it, that there will be a significant work stoppage. He thinks there will be baseball in 27, but he expects there to be a significant work stoppage, and I really do think that owners are going to try to implement a salary cap.
When is that supposed to happen?
After this season is when the CBA expires.
CBA's over after this year?
Yeah.
Well, I thought was interesting. I don't know if I'm not going to say the names, but I did have a meeting here with the Nashville group, and I thought something was said that I thought was interesting, which I thought was so ridiculous. And the ownership, or Major League Baseball in general, said to the group here, to one of the guys that was in charge, I don't know if we're going to do anything with expansion until after the CBA expires. And they think that they're kind of holding that maybe hostage in the wings or over the player's head. And I thought to myself, players don't give a shit about expansion.
There's that S word again. I'll sit down with my kids and explain it. Well, it's funny that you bring that up, because just yesterday, Doug Martin brought up the idea that adding 2 teams could be a carrot that they hold out there for the Players Association, because now you're adding however many more major league jobs.
But the players themselves don't care about that. It might mean, more jobs, more revenue, but nobody playing today is thinking about that. Nobody cares if Nashville and Salt Lake City get a team. Maybe the guys in the minor leagues do, but that's what I'm saying. The guys in the big leagues don't care. They want to get this thing resolved so they can keep playing and get paid and move on, which, you know, like it's sad is like I had to be taught my rookie year. We went on strike and those guys said, hey, this is what we're doing for your benefit. We're losing a lot more than you're losing, but we're doing this for you. So one day you'll be able to do this for that, for the people younger. Let's just hope this younger generation understands that.
So that's what I feel like is really at the core of this whole issue. And you said it right there, because that was the 94-95 work stoppage, perhaps the most famous of our lifetimes anyway. And that is the one where guys were told, you can't be the generation that gives in on the salary cap. And I feel like that is essentially what this is all about. And I am of the opinion, Jim, that the owners are going to go, we are willing to blow this thing up until we get a salary cap. And I think that's what this thing's going to be about when it gets going here later in 2026.
I mean, do you really think that they're losing money?
Well, there's only one team that's publicly traded as far as an ownership group goes, and that's the Atlanta Braves. As far as year-to-year P&Ls, I don't know, but you certainly see the increase in value on franchises when they're moved.
So why are we spending so much money if we're so worried about a salary cap? So why aren't we saying, hey, from years past, in the last 3 years, why is there no like, oh, you know what, we can't afford this, we can't afford that? That's not even in the public right now. They're just signing guys with the most ridiculous amounts of money for guys that are mid-level players I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, the issue is one franchise in particular is doing it and winning, and then you also do have a handful of others that are doing it, but then you got about 15 teams right now that are at camp that know deep down they have no chance to win, and they also never have a chance to participate in free agency. And then you point to the NFL and NBA and NHL, and you go, it's working over there. So now you have a rare spot in a work stoppage where fans are starting to side with ownership because they'd like to see a cap.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, and come up with something that's, I mean, if it's
but you need a floor as well. That's the contention. You need a floor as well.
Be creative. Yeah, exactly. Be creative. Like, come up with something that's going to work, not just we need a salary cap. It obviously does work in basketball. I mean, they have one in basketball. I'm not really sure because guys are getting paid $60 million a year.
There's a lot of wiggle room, it seems, with the NBA cap. No, if it's your own guy.
Is that wiggle with a capital W? Like wiggle room? Like you think? But Stephen Curry and those guys are making $60 million a year?
That's what Kyle Tucker's going to make for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is.
He played LA sports.
Although I did see, and this blew me away too, and you can correct me if I'm probably wrong, but Dak Prescott makes $60 million a year?
Yeah, I think quarterbacks are now all in that 40, 50 million.
Didn't he and CeeDee Lamb take a pay cut so they could get under the cap yesterday? Yeah. It's nice.
But I think the real issue, Jim, is that the players and owners historically have always been at odds. But I feel like right now in this moment, first things first, the owners in the room are probably at odds. So the Pirates and name another team are not happy with how the Dodgers and Mets do business. So I feel like the owners have to get on the same page before they can sit at the table with the players.
Well, don't you think, too, like if you just back up a little bit and look at the world as far as economic situation for everyone, everyone's got their own deal, right? Like one radio station is better than the other. This war business is better than this. People that are more creative get more. So if you're just going to sit there as the Pittsburgh Pirates and be like, ho-hum, this is all we got, well, be creative or figure it out. Or the owners and the players are so far apart, like A to Z, will come through with all the rest of the letters with a piece of the puzzle to put it together to have something other than this stupid salary cap to hold over everyone's head. Say, hey, we'd like to have a salary cap. We're willing to open up negotiations for all this other shit. Sorry.
Doug, how do you explain that to your kids?
I can't. I'm out of explanation.
Well, I don't know how they talk in Franklin.
Yeah. Well, my wife doesn't like it. I still have a little bit of baseball in me, so yeah, she's not really happy with it. But some of the F-bombs come out every now and then.
Do they curse in baseball?
We used to. I don't know if they're allowed to anymore.
Probably not.
Back to the salary cap thing, or the thing is, I was going to say, to me, I'm biased, but I think the 90s and the 2000s generation of baseball players, I don't think there was ever a better generation as far as from just being around it. I know the older generations put up with way more than we did. But when we went on strike, we had guys that were veterans say, hey, listen, this is what's going on. We understand where you're at. If you need money, come to us. Do not break the line. here's money, here's this, you can borrow anything. You're like Mark Langston, Chuck Finley, Chili Davis, all those guys. They're like, hey, if you need 10 grand, I'll give you 10 grand. If you need 20 grand, I'll give you 20 grand. But do not cross the line. And that, they set an example, and I think that's the kind of thing that they did back then. Nobody was worried, and so there was no issue about us being on strike for too long because they weren't going to break.
That's interesting that you say that, because that's what I'll be curious to see. I would be very surprised, we're sitting here talking on March 5th, 2026, if there are players in camp who are the current players, by the way, if they were to go with replacement players, but players in camp on March 5th, 2027. I think that this thing is going to be a long, long work stoppage. That's what my anticipation is.
Well, it'll be as long as the fans put up with it. And I think that won't, I mean, now I think some of the fans are, they're getting kind of a little restless and tired of hearing about it. But thank God that the last one was so long ago that people don't really remember it. But I feel bad that that's going to come to that. But I love the fact that a guy like Bryce Harper is speaking up, and he's trying to set the tone for the players. And you need guys like that, even though maybe most people don't respect Bryce Harper because he's the golden child, that he still has a voice, and he's still done a really nice job of standing up for the players and the people around him. And I think that's important. I think there's got to be some more guys that do that for them, or they will have some trouble.
Jim, will we see you on opening day wearing the red coat?
You know what? If it was up to my wife, 100%. If it was up to me, I'm 50-50 right now, only because we don't have anybody to take care of our children, and I just can't up and go.
We could send Jackson Burkett, a young man who is great with kids. We could send our producer down.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, if you just turn around in one day. Actually, we're trying to get there. We're in a unique situation right now, and I know, Timmy, you're aware of what's going on, and most people aren't. But the kids right now are first and foremost, and we're doing everything we can to not have any help and stay and try to get them on the right track. And so, I was trying to explain to my wife, sometimes there's like reality out there other than baseball, and they come first. And so we'll see how it works. We're looking for someone to help, and. But when they're in school right now, we don't really need any help, and we haven't had any help. So it's like I'm kind of like, I'm not torn. I want to be there, but at the same time, my obligation right now is for them.
All right. God bless.
How many kids do you have?
I have 3 here with me full time.
Okay. That's a house full.
Landon is in college. Can you believe that?
How about that?
Did I tell you that the other day? He just turned 20 the other day.
Yeah, you were texting me about him turning 20.
Yeah. And then Sutton is going to be a senior at in St. Louis still. She's still there. And then that's it. The little ones are with me.
I see Sutton on a fairly regular basis. You should be very proud of her. She is. She's
a grown woman.
She's an impressive person. She really is.
Doesn't it come out of nowhere, huh? They just grow up overnight.
Yeah, man. I remember.
I'm going to send you some videos that you wouldn't believe, Landon, how much he's changed and how much he's improved in baseball. He's actually listening to somebody now, and he's completely revamped his whole swing, and he looks like a different player.
How about that? Where's he playing? Can we ask?
He's down in a small college in Alabama, and it's a junior college right now. But there's a really interesting story. So his coach that I loved for summer ball was in Atlanta, and he said, "Hey, you don't have any offers yet. I want you to go play for this guy for a year. Just try it. If you don't have a major offer, go play for this guy in Alabama." And I love this coach so much in Atlanta. I was like, I respected everything he said, and I was like, this is the best coach he's had, so let's try it. And this guy is hard-nosed, gnarly, cranky, mean, but his record at this junior college in the last couple of years is 140-40. And they practice every day, and he runs them to death, and he's screaming and yelling. Landon's like, I really don't like getting yelled at. I was like, well, I didn't like getting yelled at either, but get used to it. And but he hits every single day, all day. He has now processed information I've given him over the years. He's got a guy there that helps him. He's got kids there that are willing to help. And I think he's just kind of finally matured in saying, you know what, I wasn't really getting away with what I was trying to do, and now I got to fix it. And his mom actually sent me a video of him from behind, and guy threw him a slider, and he just perfect swing, just missed it and popped it up. And she sent me a video, and she said, "This looks just like you." And I was like, his swing has totally changed, and he's spread out a little bit. And I'm pretty impressed of what he's become. So I'm hoping he gets some playing time and he can further his career down there and get himself a chance to go to a major university.
God bless. That's super cool to hear.
Yeah,
I didn't know that, man.
Pretty
That's
cool
awesome.
to watch. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see somebody improve. You know how that works. You know, you've been watching Doug for so many years, getting better every year. So
Wow,
That's how it works. That's how it works.
come a long way.
When Doug first came up, we were really questioning it, but now it's nice to see him start listening to people.
I had to get my shot in there as soon as the cat's not around. So I had to, like,
the barn cat. You got the barn cat next to you, not Jimmy the Cat Hayes.
Doug, do you feel like you're about to hit your stride?
Well, I better get there because I'm about to turn 80.
Where is the cat these days?
He's got a podcast, Cardinals Territory, does with Lance
Lynn and Kyle Gibson and Matt Holliday.
Yeah, you would enjoy it.
Yeah, they do some slap and tickle on that thing.
Yeah, I'm really sure I'd enjoy that one.
Oh, no.
Damn it. Now you got to go on the Cats podcast. That
By the
Lance
way,
Lynn, man.
guys-
Lance Lynn, he'll come after you. I'll tell you. He didn't pull punches.
I love Lance Lynn.
He's
He is
something
awesome.
else.
I mean, you know what? Matt Holliday's a sneaky, funny guy, too.
Oh,
But by
yeah.
the way, did
Absolutely. He
you
texts
see-
Martin throughout the program taking shots at this program, so you'd enjoy that.
Yeah. Did you see the house he put up for sale in Oklahoma?
Well, I mean, let's not act like you're. I mean, you know, you had a nice little.
It seems like you guys
two-bedroom
all made
spot
money.
here. I think, if memory serves.
Well, my house didn't look like a college campus. Holy crap. That thing is amazing.
He's got a baseball field on his yard.
Yeah, I'm like, if we were up in the air about where we wanted to live, I would think about maybe going down there for a while where these kids are still young and can run around and play. That place is amazing.
Yeah.
Good for him, too. I think he's moving to Arizona or something, right?
Yeah.
Arizona.
It's what he's got on. You're right. What he has listed is more of a compound than anything. You know, it's got the giant baseball field, huge workout area. I think there's a pickleball court. It's a beautiful
impressive.
spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's put all of our. How about we put all of our money together, Jim, and we all move there. We'll do the shows from there.
Yep.
There you go. Well, I think you guys have just lost a lot of money because we have no commercial breaks for the last 45 minutes.
That's correct. 42 minutes to be exact.
We're going to pay for that.
Yeah, we will.
Is the timer running?
I'm always looking at the clock. Always be cognizant. You know, but I wouldn't change anything. It's like a podcast conversation, and I have enjoyed it. I know the audience has as well. We appreciate the time. You're welcome anytime. And look, we did talk baseball. We didn't really talk baseball.
Well, I don't know anything about baseball, so there's really nothing left to talk about. Those days are gone.
Doug wants to go back into season 2 of The Real Housewives of Orange County, so we'll save that for the next time you're on the show.
All right. I wanted to get it in. I guess not.
All right, guys.
See you, Jim.
All right, then.
All right.
Have
We'll
a good
see
day.
ya.
That's Jim Edmonds with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, God bless. Good stuff. Enjoyed the hell out of it. I'm sure we're late. Martin, I feel like you want to say something, and then I just watch you bite your lower lip.
I was just saying
like an emoji.
No, I kind of sensed that we'd be able to kind of weave into baseball. We just had to get there. You know, we just eventually would be able to talk some baseball.
Yeah. Your thoughts are welcome on it. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Big prize, Schaefer Door Company, SCHAEFER, door.com. That Jason Gosrow for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Emailer of the Month. SchaeferDoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. Any garage door issues you have, it's Schaefer Door. Support the sponsors. You love the show, support the sponsors. It's the only thing that matters. Service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers, strong, quiet, and versatile. Jason Gosrow giving away garage doors for the winner of the Emailer of the Month. They also do commercial door work as well. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner. Ryan Luechtefeld is going to join us. He's of Delmar Mortgage on the Billikens last night. Have you heard back from Strict Nasty Nast?
I have not.
All right, then
So
let's
it's 6:59 Seattle time. It's time for him to.
Let's wake up.
Let's go.
Let's call the hotel and have somebody come in there.
Let's go.
All right, so that's what's coming up. Luechtefeld, Strickland, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Here's the deal at Schnucks. You can save money in so many different ways, and that includes the old-fashioned newspaper. You grab that on the way in and to list all the things that are on sale that week. You can also get next week's ads as well. If you're looking for ways to save money, especially on those groceries, Schnucks has so many options for you. So you view the ad all these different ways. Whether you're on the go, you want to browse it in the Schnucks Rewards app, or on the website, schnucks.com/weekly ad. Pick up that paper copy. It's at the entrance of the store. Get the following week's ads as well. So many more ways to go beyond and save. Personalized savings when you're part of the rewards team. They'll let you know each week items you often buy, if there's any added savings that week. The coupons just show up in your rewards app. Plus, they launched the new Rewards Boost, a fun little way to save money, playing your way to more savings. That's the value that you know and love. It's available at any neighborhood Schnucks store.
It's Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, live from the Stiefel studios. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering emails and phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45 on our Polos Plus dossier. Big program already here. Chris Pronger just demanded that Martin call him at about 7:55 on this Blues trade deadline.
I feel like we were bullied?
A little bit. A little cuck.
Well, we want to talk hockey, and Pronger's like, sure, let's do it. Call me. Strick, I can't get a hold of him.
Still sleeping.
He's probably live in Saskatchewan right now, like doing a couple hits.
So Andy Strickland will join us at some point on the trade deadline. Jim Edmonds said, let's not talk baseball. But then he kind of talked baseball, but said he doesn't know who people are. But it was a good conversation with Jim Edmonds. I would recommend podcasting that on the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. So there's essentially your entire 8 o'clock hour. Talked about college basketball and the Billikens with the win senior night last night. They cut down the nets. And Ryan Luechtefeld is going to join us here coming up momentarily. He is with Delmar Mortgage. He was with the Billikens in the 1990s. Delmar Mortgage is online at delmarmortgage.com. And Ryan's number, 618-593-3608. And he's going to give you a personal local touch, but with all of the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. If you are looking to buy a home, pre-approvals and fast-track options will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents. And you can get closings in as little as 2 weeks. Delmar Mortgage, 60 years of a family-owned business. And Ryan himself has been doing it 22 years. You can give him a call directly, 618-593-3608. He is close to Scott Air Force Base, loves working with veterans, and you can check him out on his YouTube page. It is Ryan Luechtefeld, formerly of the Billikens, now with Delmar Mortgage, giving us his analysis of what we saw last night with the Billikens as they get ready to wrap up the regular season on Saturday and then head into the Atlantic 10 tournament. Ryan Luechtefeld joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Ryan.
What's up, guys?
Were you at the game last night?
I was. I didn't see you. I was happy to hear that you were there, but I didn't. Normally we run into each other.
Yeah, there was. No. Now, see, now you're doing exactly what I was about to say.
Okay, I thought he missed you that way.
I saw Troy Robertson after the game, and he was talking it over with my older son and asked what sports he's in. And he said, "Yeah, on the basketball thing, it's probably best if you don't pursue that." And I said, I know what you're saying. I know what you're implying. And he said it's a genetic thing. You probably don't know what that word means anyway. And then my son says, "Well, I do." And so that was a real. You had this high of the senior night speeches, and then all of a sudden, Troy Robertson ruined my child's dreams
by
right there.
By flaunting his St. Charles education? Yeah. He was throwing that in your face?
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, it was very unfortunate. Yep.
No, it's typical Troy. He kind of gets off on putting other people down.
Yeah, that's his thing, Doug.
It's a trait that I've lived with for 25 years.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, that's what goes on. What did you think of last night's festivities as far as the game play? And then we'll get into senior night and what is to come. Anything stand out from the game itself?
I mean, the game was just fun. Like, it was more like, I told my wife as we were watching, this is kind of like an exhibition. Like, they know they're going to win. Unfortunately, Loyola's just not very good, or I guess fortunately. It was cool seeing Jaden start and guarding somebody who was at least a foot taller than him. It was a fun night. What was crazy about last night, like, you don't think they play well. And then you look up, and once again, they shot 53% from the three-point line. Like, people don't realize how hard that is to shoot that well game in and game out. It's pretty wild.
And the only reason why Loyola was, relatively close is they also, they had two guys who were responsible for, I think, about 75% of their points. And they also had a guy kind of like what the Billikens ran into with Rhode Island a couple weeks ago, a guy who normally doesn't shoot well, just absolutely went off himself.
That was scary seeing him do that, but luckily they hit some of their own to pull away.
The broadcasters on the CBS Sports Network who did the game, they were calling Robbie Avila College Jokic. Is that a bit of hyperbole, or is he really maybe even better than we think he is?
He's impressed me this year. Like last year, he had his struggles. I think just going from the Valley to the A10 and just the athleticism in the A10 compared to the Valley, I think made him struggle a little bit. But this year, I think he got himself in a little better shape. Plus, he's also got just tremendous shooters around him. So, yeah, he is good. He is fun to watch. Even defensively, obviously, he's a step, or as coach says, maybe 2 steps slow. But watch him when you watch him contest at the rim and go straight up. He does that as good as anybody I've ever seen. Like just people drive, and he does such a great job of not fouling and just jumping straight up. And like I said, he does it better than anybody I've seen.
What's the level of anxiety amongst alumni? Like, oh man, Schertz is going to go. He's going to get an offer. He's going to be on the market. I mean, I know everybody talks about it, and then we kind of, I think, have this internal debate. Well, he really likes it here, and maybe they'll pay him more and bump up the NIL. But I think until the A10 can be a multi-bid league, that's always going to be a challenge.
Oh, it's certainly my anxiety is high. And you guys talked about it earlier. I was certainly excited to hear what he said after the game about doing it one more year with Kellen.
Yeah.
We're all on board for that, or multiple years. You know what is scary? Like you watch Loyola. This is what was kind of one thing going through my mind last night. Loyola was in the Final Four. Not that long ago.
8 years ago.
And their coach leaves, and now they're the worst team in the A10. Like that's what's scary is the coach matters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that building, I went to the game last night with my older son, who, again, had that unfortunate run-in with Troy Robertson. But then also one of my son's friends and a guy who was a grad assistant at Michigan State for a couple of years and loves the game. And, that was his first time seeing the Billikens up close and personal. He's not from the area. And had a real appreciation, number one, for how they play. And then he heard Schertz speak. He coached, for Tom Izzo for 2 years. So, that's about as legit as it gets. He hears Schertz speak after the game, and he's like, man, he goes, this guy, here's the thing that stood out to me as a guy who coached for Tom Izzo. You saw players, Ryan, getting emotional when they were talking about their experience there and their head coach. He goes, you can't just create that. That's a real thing. He goes, this is the kind of guy that schools around the country would love to bring in, not just because of the success he's had at both, you go back to Lincoln Memorial, but also Indiana State and now here, but also because there's that organic buy-in that he gets not just from his players, but as you've seen here, the community, going back to the coach mattering.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's going to be on so many people's lists. And I think it's just, I don't know. I don't have any idea. I put myself in his position. Like, if Providence comes calling, and that's if you go on X or Twitter, whatever you call it, that's who's all over our Twitter page, the Billiken Twitter page is Providence. I can't see him doing that. If Kentucky comes calling, I'd be like, yeah, coach, you probably should do that because that's just a different level. Yeah. It depends on what he wants. Hopefully he likes it here, and I know he does. Like, he does like it here. But there are levels to this thing, right?
For most of the history of Billiken basketball, the top players tended to come from this area. The St. Louis area. This year, I think the only guy on the team from St. Louis area is Thames. Do you think their success will help with recruiting around here? And is that even important?
I think it's a little overplayed, and especially with coach, okay? So he plays to a style, right? And if there's local kids that can play his style, he'd love that, no doubt. I think that's better. I mean, people love Kellen, because he's exciting, but people love Kellen more because they saw him play in high school. They know who his dad is. They know he's local. So I think it's better. Do I think it's overplayed? Yeah, I mean, because the flip side of that is if you get a local kid that doesn't get to play because he wasn't recruited properly into the right system, that's worse than not playing a kid who's not from St. Louis. You know what I'm saying? So it's just it's a double-edged sword there. But if you can get a kid who's successful and they're from St. Louis, obviously you'd rather have that than a kid who's not from St. Louis.
I'm trying to think of Luechtefeld back in the day, what kind of NIL, maybe some gift cards to Clark's. I'm trying to think, what do you think you would have cleaned up on?
Well, bad knowledge there. Clark's was closed by the time I got there.
It was? Oh, wow.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe a couple shirts.
Shirts.
I don't know why I said that. That really is kind of stupid. But
we all have to have a shirt on. take what you can get.
It's changed dramatically. God, I thought Clark's was around. Okay, this guy.
Yeah, Martin's taking notes.
I'm more
Clark's
concerned
was
about
not
Clark's
working.
when that closed. I'm going to look that up, but Humphreys is back, baby.
How do you feel about the way, if you were to compare your feelings on how the team played in January versus February and the first week of March, would there be a disparity on your feelings of optimism, or is it about the same?
No, it's about the same. Teams are playing us different. Teams
absolutely.
Teams figure this out, right? And SLU's making adjustments as well. It's also natural, I think, just to have a letdown. It's a long season, and now that the season is, you got one more game, and obviously you want to win that game and win the A-10 outright. But then next weekend, I just think that they'll re-engage. Not that they're not engaged, but it just the level of play changes, the excitement level changes. So I think once they get to Pittsburgh, I'm pretty optimistic that they'll at least play on Sunday and hopefully cut the nets down on Sunday.
You think they have a team that has a shot to make some trouble for people in the tournament? NCAA tournament, that is?
Because they play that style, and when you get into the tournament, you're now playing teams that don't know you as well, right? When you play these A-10 teams, you've played a lot of them already. They've obviously seen you all year. They gear up for you, then you get into the tournament, and then, it does happen. 7s and 10s do beat 2s, 8s and 9s do beat 1s, and that's where SLU will be. Obviously, you play Florida in the second round. It's not going to be an easy game, but it's possible. And because of the way they shoot, we've seen that going back our whole lives, that teams that can shoot, they're a different animal when the tournament rolls around, and hopefully that's what we see.
Yeah, get one of them hot, go on a run. That's what we're counting on here, Doug. That's what we're counting on. Ryan Luechtefeld, Delmore Mortgage, with us here, giving us his analysis on senior night. Anything other than Josh Schertz saying to Kellen Thames, stick around for one more year and trying to get the crowd going on that stand out to you from the senior night festivities, cutting down the nets, the whole thing, Ryan?
The whole thing, yeah, and just Schertz he's just great. Robbie's great. All the other guys are great. I loved even the Isaac, I think his name. I should have that knowledge. I should know his name.
Yep.
But he got emotional. It's so much fun playing college basketball, and now that it's coming to the end for some of these guys, that gets emotional. But hopefully we got at least 3-4 weeks left.
What did you do right after your college career ended? Did you find other places to play, or how did you fill the void?
Yeah. I mean, I still play from time to time, but yeah, you find old man's leagues, and it's kind of, for the first while at least, it's kind of fun because Spoon's not yelling at you to get down and guard somebody who's a lot quicker than you. So it's kind of fun for a while, but you certainly miss that. You'll never get that level of competition, that level of people caring ever again. So it's definitely a void, but life goes on.
Yeah.
Ryan Luechtefeld, Delmore Mortgage, with us here on TMA. Our Billiken analyst here as long as the run goes, and hopefully, as you said, it's another 3 or 4 weeks. Wouldn't that be something? Ryan Luechtefeld, Delmore Mortgage, and former Billiken, giving us his perspective on the Billiken win last night and one hell of a senior night ceremony down at Chaffetz Arena. Ryan, always appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much.
You guys have a good day.
You too. That's Ryan Luechtefeld with us here on TMA. And he joins a guest list today that has featured Chris Pronger, Jim Edmonds, and if Andy Strickland is up at
I'm
this point, Martin's now sending housekeeping up to the room now.
I'm concerned that he just tied one on up there, and he went to the top of the Space Needle and said, "Toast to Parayko. Perry's on the way out. Tomer is next." Strick, go to bed.
Let's see. Martin, we do have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45 on the Polos Plus dossier. Can you tell people about Design Air?
Love Design Air. You can count on them to be here today, tomorrow, years and years later, because they've been doing this for a long time, and that is taking care of the comfort inside your home. Industry has changed, certainly since the early days of Design Air, but they maintain the same principles, have employees that are happy to be the kind of the face of the company, and we talk all about it. We had an addition today too, didn't we? It was the sexy Brad, I think, got added to the list.
So the energy he brought over to Alan Dadesville's house stood out.
So they have employees who represent the company well. They like working there, and you can tell the difference when they're inside your home. They'll let you know what repairs you need. If it's time for a replacement, that's a big purchase. They're going to sit down and explain it to you. They did that with me. There are different options. There's so much new technology. Great job explaining it. Then the installation, real simple. And then they explain how it all works. The product's great. The people are great. That's why Design Air is the company we endorse, and they have sponsored this show longer than anybody. It's designerservice.com for your heating and cooling needs year-round.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the address. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The prize for the month of March, a $5,000 garage door, up to $5,000 garage door from Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow, email in. That's the prize. And right now, the standings, nobody has 2 wins so far. Chet's neighbor, Toby, average size Shabangas, all with 1 point. Who's going to get the point today? That'll be coming up here at approximately 9:45. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Roof Restore is a local company that is online at notanewroof.com and wants to remind you we had lightning, we had thunder yesterday. This is the time of year where we're going to get those spring storms, which means we're going to get hail. That's just the nature of the beast at this time of year, really, for now through probably early June in St. Louis. That's what's going to happen. Hail damage can be a major problem. Well, Roof Restore can help you out. This is something that can be really helpful and can save you money. So check them out and learn what notanewroof.com, that's Roof Restore's website, can do for you and your family's home, because this can change the whole game for you and any potential significant expenses that you could experience from dealing with hail damage. So Roof Restore can help your roof perform better and therefore better protect your home in a hailstorm. By increasing shingle flexibility and granule adhesion, they can help your roof's ability to protect your home from hail. So protect from spring storms in the St. Louis metropolitan area by calling Roof Restore for a free, no obligation inspection. They're online at notanewroof.com, or you can call 314-279-ROOF. That's notanewroof.com, or call 314-279-ROOF.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Thunder defeat the Knicks last night, 103-100. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander with 26 points, 8 assists. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the program. It's called The Morning After, 101 ESPN show, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the show. Joined today by Chris Pronger, Jim Edmonds, Ryan Luechtefeld, and the boys are efforting Andy Strickland.
Doug says he's sleeping. I said, I don't know.
I think he's probably asleep.
7:30 Seattle time. Yeah, I guess.
Wouldn't you be in a hotel if there was a game the night before?
But he's a hockey insider. I thought he might be up and at
trade deadline day.
Me, I'd be sleeping through the team flight. I'm like, oh, crap.
And monitoring the Colton Parayko decision, Doug. That is what we are waiting on. And then I would imagine that the moment that he makes his decision, and if he does say, yeah, you know what, I'll go to Buffalo, then let the flood begin. And then I cash in my $100,000 bet. And the over of 2.5 trades by the Blues by the trade deadline will hit. And we'll probably go to Sizzler. I think I'll probably celebrate by going to Sizzler.
Me, I'm just a mark-ass buster.
That's correct.
Okay? But if Parayko says, no, I ain't a-going, then what do the Blues do? Do they try to trade him somewhere else?
It's got to be somewhere
where he wants to go?
Got a little awkward getting on the plane to San Jose, and Army's sitting there, and here comes Parayko with his briefcase, getting on the plane. Hey, what's up? Hey, how you guys doing? Like, you're still here? Pretty weird. So what Predictionary papers, will he say yes? Will he go to Buffalo? What do you guys think? What do you think, yes or no? Papers doesn't care. He just waved me off. He literally waved me off.
I thought you were asking me.
No,
I thought you were asking.
Not your
You
opinion.
made it clear that you were asking the Deus there at the end. I thought you were asking me. I was like,
okay, well, you're kind of
this guy's a Banny Rooster over the Oklahoma game.
You're kind of the administrator. You know, you're the one who cleans up all the S-bombs that Edmonds drops.
That is true.
I'm asking more or less, is that a good predictionary? What do you think? An immediate emergency predictionary. Okay. Will Parayko accept the trade? I'm going to say yes.
I'll say yes also.
I'll say yes as well.
All right, so it was a bad predictionary, and that's what I was looking to head administrator.
But what happens on ESPN's College Game Day is then you have the meme of everybody picking one team, and then that team doesn't win, and then that fan base is in cells post that all throughout the evening as a big win over the big media. You see? So now when he doesn't, Doug, your mentions are going to be lit up, and you'll be called a mark-ass buster.
I don't like that.
He ain't freaking going anywhere. Deal with it, Hoosiers. That's from Doug's Soggy Waffle. So we've been called Hoosiers instead of idiots.
Well, nobody knows except him.
Okay. I don't know.
Do you think fans deep down right now? Well, I'll ask. 314-399-9646. What do you want the answer to be? It's your own answer. Listen, everyone is special. I want you to hear that, Doug.
Okay.
Everyone is special.
Everyone's special.
And so, even though I may be more talented than you, my vote is just one just like yours. So what is your vote? Deep down, are you hoping that this station at some moment, could be any moment, is reporting that he has accepted it? Or are you hoping that he rejects it? What do you think people want over, like, if we were to do a Gallup poll?
I think most people are against it. That's my gut.
Against the trade?
Yeah.
In other words, they want him to reject it.
I think the majority of people are surprised they would do it. But as we talked about in Pronger's interview, you get the first-round pick and you get the kid defenseman, big defenseman who was a 9th overall pick last summer. That's pretty enticing, even though that kid's probably, not quite ready. I don't know. But I think the return, if your plan here is to say, all right, it's not working. We thought we were kind of on track here to be a contender again. We were wrong. We're gonna reset. That is kind of an attractive return.
It feels like they would be trading for a guy who is a younger version of Parayko and a first-round pick on top of that. So it makes perfect sense where the Blues are concerned. But Parayko is a popular player here, and I think a lot of people like to see him stick around.
The city of Buffalo isn't any worse than this S-hole town. He's out of here. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup.
I think that's part of the sales pitch.
Buffalo's pretty rough.
I've never done any buffaloing.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever been there.
Not a lot there.
You haven't
Niagara
been there?
Falls.
I would have thought you would have been there for Rammies.
I think I've gone through it. Going to Niagara. Well, my sister lived in Toronto, and we went through like Niagara Falls and kind of at some point went past it somewhere along the way, but I've never been.
I was in a cab ride there once for a Rams game, Rams weekend, and all kinds of crazy driving he was doing. And I said, "Is this really the most direct route to the hotel?" And he said, "Oh, way back when the people who built Buffalo made the streets confusing so the British couldn't get around here very easily." I said, "Seriously?
All right.
You haven't fixed that yet from the 1700s?"
Is that what's going on with Boston? Because that's a hell of an operation to get through.
Maybe.
They buried the highways in Boston.
Buried them.
Mm-hmm. All tunnels. The highways are like under tunnels.
He does speak the truth there. There's a lot of tunnels there.
Yeah.
Like
they had the big
gerbils.
dig there.
The big dig.
Gerbils and
I thought it was for a subway.
Little cigarette
No,
lighter.
it's the car highways, and then also they have a gerbil lane.
They don't.
Look it up, Doug. You sound like an ass right
Yeah,
now.
and then you can
I've
get it.
had such a bad show. It started from Mark S. Buster.
And then Edmonds came after you.
Yeah.
Shut the hell up, Doug. I'd rather watch a slow motion replay of my own castration than watch any St. Louis sports team right now. Turn the city into a data center. That's from the Shrewsbury Seat Sniffer.
Now, in fairness, his anger could be understood because he just said replay of his castration.
Right.
Meaning he has already been castrated.
I see. Okay.
And chemically or otherwise, that's got to hurt.
And he wants the whole city to be turned into a data center?
That's correct.
Doug, suck it.
That didn't sound like Edmonds.
It wasn't.
Somebody else. Who's that?
Unknown man.
I'm saying somebody is channeling their inner Edmonds, which, by the way, fascinating interview. But to me, when Jim Edmonds is on, most fascinating is watching the inbox because it goes from radio gold, love Jimmy Ballgame, he's the best, like, oh, cry me a river, get a real job. It just goes back and forth the whole time.
I mean, I don't know if there is a more polarizing guest that we have on this program than Jim Edmonds. I was making that same observation, Martin, as we were saying in the break room. I mean, the texts were coming in. I will say this. I would say about 75%, though, were like, this is a great effing interview. Because the interviews are usually the best when you got somebody who doesn't really give a damn, and he clearly doesn't really give a damn, you know?
Well, I don't know what there is to hate. I don't know why you wouldn't like him. I mean, he's a fantastic player here. Borderline Hall of Fame, maybe future Hall of Fame player here. Nice guy. Well, you didn't like him on the Real Housewives of Orange County? Get over it.
The top goes down and the bottom goes up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think when somebody's made multi-million dollars and then they complain about, hey, my coffee's not hot, things like that tend to trigger people. If you complain and you've had a pretty good life by all appearances, that triggers people. And Jimmy, I think it's hilarious when he's like, what do I have to do? I have to cut the lawn today? Oh, my God. That just kind of gets under people's nerves. I think it's hilarious.
I think really, honestly, Jackson, what do you think I'm about to say?
Class envy.
I think that. No, I don't think so. I don't think so on that.
He speaks so in such a cavalier attitude about stuff that is like 99.9% of people would never have access to.
There's certainly that, but I think that might have been a distaste for him a decade or two decades ago. That played into it, and then now there's because of gossip magazines, people.
Right.
But at the same time, our holds. This is like what I talk about on QFTA. Like for me to be irritated with people speculating or thinking they know things about what goes on with our business on this show. That's what we have done on this show for 20 years. So it would be quite hypocritical to get mad when people say things about the show that I know aren't true. But a lot of things that have been said about Jim's personal life that people believe are not true. Now, I happen to know them because I have a friendship with him. But that is one of the things that runs in the text inbox all the time. Mm-hmm. But, you know, I mean, at the same time, what am I going to... people don't know that that it's not true. They read it, and so they think it's true. You were talking about something like that yesterday. Oh, my mom and the Facebook thing the other day. Because people of that
I forgot to ask him about that.
That's right. He has a $10 million gig that he's got.
Jim Edmonds gets $10 million gig to be the hitting coach for the Cardinals. That was on Facebook.
Because if you grew up in the 50s and 60s, what you did read, at least at the time, you believed was true. And you don't realize now that that isn't it. So
it's more likely not to be true nowadays.
So, I mean, I don't know what else to say, because then I'm getting really into the weeds. But whatever.
Well, one guy that everybody loves is Mark Milton.
Yeah, he was at that Billiken game last night.
Well, he's all of them, I think. Unless maybe the IRS, they don't like him when Mark Milton goes up toe-to-toe against him in a tax case. Mark Milton is a guy that you need on your side if you have any kind of IRS problems. Maybe you've got unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments. Maybe you're even facing IRS criminal investigation. These are serious problems, and you need a top lawyer on your side, and that would be, of course, Mark Milton. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and even received DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is simply one of the best in the entire United States at what he does, and now he's right here in St. Louis helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems against the godforsaken tax man. Any kind of IRS issues at all, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. Yeah, that's what I was just kind of ruminating in my head, thinking a little bit about it, and then I got the Joy of Italia buzzer. Go! Hey! AutoLoanPro.com. That's the great website I've been telling you about for your next vehicle, and if you've had some hiccups along the way, you're not sure what you can get approved for, AutoLoan Pro is the place to go, because it doesn't matter what the situation, what the circumstance, they'll get you that new vehicle. Get online at AutoLoanPro.com. Check out the vehicles right there, and while you're on the site, download the free playbook, something they put together to help educate you and also to help you get into the car of your choice in the future. You can do all of this with little to no money down and the best rate possible. They work with over 50 different lenders to make sure you can get the best rate. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase can get a little bit complicated. Make sure you're working with AutoLoan Pro. Get yourself back on track. Check out the vehicles online. Download the free playbook. They are part of the Lita family. Financing a car, only thing to know is to choose a pro. AutoLoanPro.com.
All right, Doug, I'm going to be as honest as I can with you.
Okay.
Everybody else, I'm just going to lie to. Yeah. We did, what did we do, a 45-minute interview with Edmonds. Had Pronger on for about 20. Luechtefeld on for about 17. We're thinking we're going to get Jeremy Rutherford in the 10 o'clock hour, and we've got the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Point is, we're behind on the break, so we're going to do a very quick segment, and then we're going to do the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day so we can catch up. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Jackson, you're having a big day with the remixes.
Thank you. Yeah. This is my favorite of Doug.
This is the favorite?
Yeah, when Doug hits the post, now it's special.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Already joined. Major recommendation for podcasting today. Chris Pronger on the Blues and the trade deadline. Colton Parayko's decision, which as of this moment has not been made. And if it has, it hasn't been announced. We are scheduled to have Jeremy Rutherford join us. He is flying from Seattle to San Jose. When he lands, he's going to call us. That's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. So Chris Pronger, Jim Edmonds for a wide-ranging conversation. You like when the conversations are called wide-ranging?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
And that was about 42 minutes of Jimmy Baseball. Go back and listen.
No, you can't call him Jimmy Baseball anymore.
Oh, that's right.
He established that early on.
Jim
apparently he's
Edmonds,
not
do
done
not
with
call
media.
me baseball. And then Ryan Luechtefeld on the Billikens win. And they dropped to 31 in the Ken Palm. You beat Loyola, but you're penalized in the Ken Palm for the record. They're now at 31. So JR scheduled here on this Polos Plus dossier, but now it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You guys, it's time I come clean about a serious problem I developed living off South Providence Road in the early 2010s. It's called late night eating. I started seeing this gal I met at church, and she was turned off by my desires to order Jimmy John's at midnight on a Tuesday.
No, well.
So she recently hit me with a, quote, break. I know what you're thinking, but it's not as graphic. I've never implemented Braunschweiger or pastrami into the lovemaking routine, though I thought it could make a nice addition if she'll let me. Truthfully, it's gotten so bad I recently started going to self-help groups. Overeaters, I believe the breakaway group was called, and I promptly attended, hugging and crying to a gentleman with at least B cups and zero hope of slenderness. When it came time for me to check in, the entire room looked at me like I was about to get a quarter pounder with cheese and go to town. I says to the group, I says, relax, it's just circus peanuts, the orange ones.
Oh, I hate those. Oh, those are horrible.
Horrible for you or taste horrible?
All that.
I don't know.
Then Sunday night, when I was rewatching Game of Thrones, chewing on some Lee's Extra Crispy, I seen the Cardinals.
I hate it when people say, I seen this.
I seen the Cardinals have deal of a lifetime. Gone are the days where I'll have to sneak in turkey sandwiches and McDoubles in my cargo shorts I bought from Old Navy. I turned a real corner just the last couple weeks. Are the Cardinals enabling my fatdom? Tim, can you help me? Or Doug? You look good for your age. I'd like to just get down to a 44 size waist maybe by opening day.
Down to a 44?
Humbly, that's Stan from Hazelwood, so I went to DeSmet.
Humbly.
Stan from Hazelwood, so I went to DeSmet.
Who sits down and writes that?
Stan.
From Hazelwood.
Morning. Doug, as I listened to the podcast yesterday on my drive home, I was thrilled to hear a little chuckle, and you say I didn't mind it when Tim read my joke yesterday. Of course, I'm sure it was more about Tim's delivery than the actual content, but regardless, let's go for two in a row. What did okay. Doug, this...
you can't read it.
Well, it's just specific to an ethnic group, and anytime I see that pop up as I'm just reading these for the first time, it gives me pause, Martin, as I say, maybe we shouldn't blow up our careers.
I think maybe the Irish are the only jokes you can make now.
Because I'm a Mick?
Well, I don't
So, like, if I see a Presbyterian joke, I go, hey, Doug, check out the email. Or if I see a Jewish joke, I'll go, hey, Jackson, you in the mood for some Jewish humor?
I think the Presbyterians are fair game, too.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have much of a lobby.
The fats are always a good target.
All right.
Yeah, you can go after the fats.
The fats.
So you just dropped him.
Yeah, I'm
just dropped him.
On the side of caution.
And that got through the filter.
Okay. Gosh.
How bad are the ones that get through the filter?
I'm going to be honest, with this kind of prize on the line, I'm really disappointed in the people today.
Wow. Scolding from Chairman Kurt. Fill my hole with that spicy brown gravy.
But this one's okay. But this one's fine.
Spicy brown gravy, boy, he whispered in my ear as he methodically pulled out the Johnny Sins vibrator.
What is that?
I'll tell you what it is. It's the leader in the clubhouse.
Oh,
Very good.
To allow my gerbil Manny to get a bit of fresh air.
gerbils don't need fresh air.
What about a name? Manny
This got through. This was fine. Sure, this is fine. This make good radio.
How about an email that says, "Hey guys, I think Parayko should go and maybe get a new start with the Sabres. Also, really enjoyed that Pronger visit. Thanks so much."
Yeah,
That's
I'd vote
Bill
for that.
and Baldwin.
I'd vote for that.
That's how you can get a new garage door?
Yes.
Just sending that in. Manny eats a McGriddle. Extra cheese. Add mac sauce, if you please. XL Diet Coke to wash it down for that morning boost of energy that will keep you feeling great and spry all day, Doug. I siphoned a bit of DNA from his gape shank. Think about it, Doug. With love, we can't get too detailed, but we can say he prefers to be treated like a dog and also a turlet.
No. Gosh. And Manny, the gerbil, needs some fresh air? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
No, you nailed it.
Yeah, he removed the Johnny Sins vibrator.
Who was that?
Let me reread the name again. We can't get too detailed, but we can say that he prefers to be treated like a dog and also a turlet.
That's his
That's
name.
the emailer's name.
Correct.
We can't get too detailed. I'm going to cut it at that.
I don't want to alert anybody, but both our bosses are sitting outside the studio. I wonder why.
This is the end. This is the end. Oh, they're staring. I guess it is over. Look at it. That's on the YouTube.
Like Earl Weaver.
That was. I was like, there was an Earl Weaver baseball game in the 1980s, and the highlight was this little, like, 3-pixel Earl Weaver would come out and just yell at the umpire and get tossed.
Yeah.
It's the only reason you played the game.
Squint real hard.
Doug, this is when we separate into a different show.
Oh, I've been against this from the start.
What'd you think of the Billikens' ability to rebound last night?
Well, Blues and Sharks should be a fun one tomorrow, eh? So, can we get back to the first hour of the show and the auditory gem that Doug dropped? I'm referring, of course, to Doug's sassy and sour resting bitch face. Sadly, it did not get the analysis or praise it deserved. Doug, your RBF is truly appreciated in this world of smiles and gentle head nods. Anyone can manifest a smile for a stranger on the street or the barista at Starbucks, but no, not you, sir. You let rest real hard. Your feelings are all those around are plastered unapologetically right there, the proverbial F off that we all love. Is it kind? No. Are you scaring people in public? Yes. Does it make it hard to watch the show on YouTube? You bet. But I wouldn't trade you or your bubbly, resting bitch face for anything in the world.
Kind words.
For all those who are mad, offended, or put off by your sparkling personality, suck it. Doug, you say it loud and you say it proud. Bitch, please. That's from Bro Fallon.
Bitch, please. Bro Fallon.
Sup, boys? I'd like to thank the ones that voted for me yesterday for my first dub and email of the day. Apparently, though, the secret vote isn't so secret when Doug announces who he voted for 2 of the 4 days in the month.
Yeah,
You're here.
I'm all about transparency.
Do better, Doug. Why, when I ask Doug to call me, it's radio silence, but when Pronger says it, the show drops everything. It's unreal. Maybe when I win $5,000 worth of garage doors, I'll be important enough to drop everything for. And don't worry, Tim, the deal includes you, too. You can park your car in my garage anytime. Wink. Doug, you also clearly don't know what symbiotic relationships are, so I thought I'd help you out a bit. In the animal kingdom, you have barnacles and whales, ants and trees, and bacteria and humans, just to name a few. What doesn't get a lot of coverage and isn't well known is the symbiotic relationship is the food at Quick Trip and Festus Fats. Oh, it's like a moth to the flame when the QT dogs come out and the pizza's ready. Nothing like heartburn at 8:37 a.m. on a Tuesday. Love you, Tim. That's from Average Size Shabangas.
Averaged size shabangas.
Morning, boys. On this dark and dreary morning, just schlepping the nectar of the BMI gods to the outer belt of Wentzville isn't enough to get me out of the malaise of another rainy day. And then at 7 a.m., a ray of sunshine breaks through the airwaves and gives us all a look at what could be. Tim's voice. Doug's Florida broiler.
Picked up a boiler down in Florida.
Can it happen that quick?
It can for me, yeah. I'm small bone, Martin.
Mine was over time.
And the other 3, just being. What a treat. Thank you to the dais for that. After a riveting discussion on diss tracks from the early 90s, we got to enjoy rich white men breaking down the world of sports and farming. So us common folk can follow along. Great job. Martin on sniping Pronger. This show is better when you actively participate. Till tomorrow. Adios, amigos. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan, a.k.a. the guy working on the longest streak of non-read texts over a 2-week period in the show's history, standing on 109 texts in a row that haven't been read.
Okay. Heiser House Hooligan.
Well, you're a real tough cookie with a long history of breaking twink hearts like the one in me. That's okay. Let's see how you do it. Unzip them khakis. Let's get down to it.
Okay, Kevin Miller.
That's it. You have the emails up?
Yeah.
You come on with it. Come on. You don't fight fair, but that's okay. Just mess up my hair. Knock me down on top of my vein. I'll get right back up on my feet again.
Oh, don't say again.
Chumbawamba?
You can't say
Pat
again.
Benatar, I think, isn't it? Oh. Pat Benatar hit me with your best shot. What do you think that was, like 83-ish?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Because I think 82 and 84 is live. I don't know if 85 is. I wouldn't bet a lot on this one. This is a half-unit play.
Don't some Canadians say again?
Yes, against and again.
That's from the first name is Leavid. You ever heard of the name Leavid?
Leavid to Beaver.
Elton John had Leave on. Leavid is the first name. Then there's a middle initial of N, and then the last name is me.
I think it's Leave It in Moi.
Okay, Doug, thanks.
From Montreal.
Spelling it out.
I think so. French.
Next up.
Gosh, there's got to be a good one here somewhere.
Before I started listening to McKernan, I couldn't even spell emailer. Now I are one.
No.
That's from Midge.
Midge was a simple little email.
Yeah, I enjoy Midge's brevity.
And finally, some personal news from my Redditors. I've started a new job, my 5th in the last 19 months. It's tough to find employment when I am not going to be any good to them from 7 to 11 because I am hyper-focused on this show. I decided to assert my authority at the new place on day one by microwaving fish and then standing in the kitchen next to the trash bag of XL free to a good home bowling shirt so people would know that it was me. Passive-aggressive? I'm coming in aggressive, Mark-ass busters.
Oh.
I guess my point is that I don't like Jackson wearing a Blues hat. I assume, ironically, because he would rather watch Boys in the Hood than Ice Rink Puck. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Regular Boys Haircuts. That's what we have.
McGavin. For
the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, we will announce our winner after a secret ballot vote at approximately 10:55. And then BK and Ferrario will take over at 11 o'clock. You can watch the program on the TMA STL YouTube channel and subscribe to it. And ideally, we get to 6,700 subscribers because, Doug, now we're at 6,690, and you are on the verge of some gold bullion?
Gold bullion. That's how you have to say it.
It's the TMA STL YouTube channel where 291 friends are in there talking it over, like Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who now has an Arkansas avatar.
Nice. Walrus
King, Bach Hog, and John Scores. So that's what we've got in the YouTube chat, and we're here on 101 ESPN. And Jeremy Rutherford, when he lands in San Jose, is going to join us, I think.
That's the hope.
And Andy Strickland, at this point, housekeeping is up there seeing if he's okay. That's what we've got going on.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I mean, it's the trade deadline, Strick. Let's go.
Let's go.
I want you to know that if I ever feel down, if I ever need a chuckle, I think of you texting Ali Marmol, let's go.
While he's meeting with Heim.
And then instantly makes me crack.
And then the response was meeting with Heim. Like,
so funny.
How come? And I didn't even.
Let's go.
I wasn't even that rude to Strickland.
Yeah, but the Cardinal manager.
So funny.
Doug, tell people about Callier and Thompson, where either Jeremy Rutherford or Andy Strickland or both of them will be calling in here in this 10 o'clock hour.
Maybe they're calling and talking with Callier and Thompson right now, trying to figure out what they're going to do for their new kitchen. That's what a lot of people ought to be doing. One thing you have to keep in mind, if you're thinking about moving someday, don't wait until you're ready to move to fix up your house, because then someone else gets to enjoy it. Do it now. It's going to be fine for years to come. Do it now while you can still enjoy it. Callier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets and appliances and countertops in the business. When Callier & Thompson walks away from your job, you're going to be super happy and have a remodel that lasts a lifetime. You got to check out their website at CallierandThompson.com. Look at some of the before and after pictures of the fantastic work that they have done. They say about 65% 85% of their business is from repeat customers and referrals. And doing an update on your home is a great investment in your house. You'll be so happy that you did. Collier & Thompson's been working on St. Louis homes since the 1950s. That's how good they are. They just do absolutely fantastic work. You name the job, a bathroom, a basement, a wine room, a man cave. You want to knock out some walls on the lower level, accent rooms, fireplace walls. They have done it all at Collier & Thompson, and they do it better than anyone in town. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Already on the Collier & Thompson phone lines today, Chris Pronger, Jim Edmonds, and Ryan Luechtefeld. We look forward to being joined by Jeremy Rutherford and or Andy Strickland coming up here in this Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling 10 o'clock hour on TMA. It's 101 ESPN. College basketball is nonstop. Big games, tight spreads, momentum swings every night, and now FanDuel is giving you a way to turn that energy into even bigger wins with a college basketball parlay profit boost. Here is how it works. Build any college hoops parlay you like. The early tip, the rivalry game, the ranked matchup, the late night West Coast shootout, mixed spreads, totals, props, whatever fits your read of the slate. Then just apply your profit boost and instantly bump up that potential payout. Go safe, go spicy, go with the team you've been following all season. It's your parlay, your style, now with more upside behind it. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued is now throttle bonus boots, pillar tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues win last night, off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the San Jose Sharks. It's going to be an 8 p.m. pregame, 9 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
All right, Doug Martin had to go to this onboarding that he's doing.
Yeah.
Chairman Kurt slides into the dais here in the Stiefel studios in the 10 o'clock hour, but Martin called Little Jackie Papers, loved that rascal Puff. During the commercial break, he has heard from Andy Strickland. So Andy Strickland, the wellness check cleared. And Andy is going to join us on tomorrow's presentation. Jeremy Rutherford is going to join us as soon as he lands in the San Jose area. You think he's flying directly into San Jose? I would think.
Probably so.
I mean, that's a drive from San Francisco or Oaktown, baby. Oaktown, baby. We gets down, baby, for the crown, baby. East Bay, baby. East Bay, baby. We gets down, baby.
Okay, and now I don't even know what we're talking about.
Jeremy Rutherford going to be on this Polos Plus dossier along with the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. That's what your 10 o'clock hour looks like. Previously on the program today, Chris Pronger, Jim Edmonds, and Ryan Luechtefeld. We always recommend podcasting, and we podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Doug, that's Jason Gostrow. He sat right over there, and he said to business owners, why don't you advertise on this show? It builds businesses. And I said, hey, I couldn't say it any better myself. Why don't you? T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com.
Jason himself was out to my house once, taking a look at my garage door. He does great work. He's got a staff of people that also do great work, and they're not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you something that you don't need at Schaefer Door. But if that door goes down, you need help, and you need it immediately. It's one reason why they have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. And Schaefer Door can handle those big, giant warehouse doors. If you got a business or something, you got big doors, and one of those goes bad, and you don't know what to do. Yep, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They say they're big enough for any type of job, but small enough that when you call Schaefer Door, you're actually going to get to talk with a real person on the phone. They'll get somebody out there toot sweet and get your garage door going up, get your garage door going down. Ah, yes, garage door. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text 636-782-3608. You won't remember that, but you will remember schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door sponsor the podcast. Major recommendation for podcasting today as Pronger was giving us his thoughts on the Parayko decision, which as of this moment, at least to our knowledge, has not been made, but Jeremy Rutherford is going to be coming on with us here in a matter of minutes to give us the latest as he flies from Seattle to San Jose. My guess is Jeremy Rutherford is going to be super, super busy. Let's see. I see Patty Maroon is doing a podcast. Doug, you ever watch Two Goalies, One Mic?
I should, but I haven't seen it yet.
Pat Maroon is on, and the host asks Pat Maroon if Parayko is going to waive his no-trade clause, and he goes, I don't think so. Why would he? So that's where Patty Maroon is on it. So there's the latest from Patty Maroon. We'll find out here, I would imagine, in a matter of moments. Frank Saravalli, who is a significant hockey insider, literally just posted an article within the last 30 seconds saying, examining the Blues Colton Parayko ripple effect. If Parayko doesn't go, what 7 new names could you find on a trade list if Parayko doesn't go? Now, I guess theoretically, Parayko could say no to Buffalo, but yes to somebody else. But based on the various reports this week, the Blues have been engaged with the Sabres both on Thomas and now Parayko, so it sounds like they are down the road on both those players and have a working knowledge of the players they've identified and picks they've identified from the Sabres that would make sense. For the record, on Saravalli's trade board, Doug, he has a list of players likely to be going. Justin Falk is 2, Parayko is 5, multiple Blues, as you might expect. Thomas is 20, Sundquist 23, Shen 34, Kyrou 44, Bennington 45. So the Blues are heavily represented in his top 50.
Yeah. Well, I guess in a way, time's kind of running out. They got one more day to do this, right? The trade deadline is tomorrow or Saturday? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 2 p.m.
Yeah. So they're going to have to get busy. And I'm sure that the Parayko holdup is not helping things with the other deals, too.
I would imagine we'll have an answer on that within the next handful of hours. That's my...
And they're probably pressing Parayko to, what's it going to be? Let's go, yes or no?
Yeah, both the Blues and the Sabres, because otherwise they got to have plans A and B and C come in for them. So Jeremy Rutherford's going to join us here before we get off the air, and then BK and Ferrario. On tomorrow's program, Joey Vitale, Andy Strickland, Gabe DeArmond. Anybody else? Drops of the week? Ella Reese, maybe? I know you guys have been working on...
Yeah, well, we want her take on the deadline.
Okay, so we got a full show tomorrow.
What does she do?
We climbs mountains.
She
couldn't get
climbs
Elliot
mountains.
Friedman.
That's actually correct. We couldn't get Elliot Friedman, but we got Ella Reese.
No Pierre LeBrun, so we just went to our next best guest, which is Ella Reese, baby.
Who's a mountain climber, a mountaineer.
Yeah, also does that stair exercise that you see in the gym. I like that exercise, but it's not a Stairmaster. It's different. I do like that exercise.
Stairmaster will kick your ass.
Yeah, wipe you out real quick.
She still posts the Apple Watch pics.
Yeah.
Doug, does she post?
I don't know even who the gal is.
Yeah.
I need another sports guest like I need another Yellowstone spinoff. Bring on the pee-pee talk. No offense, JR. That's from Doug's prison wallet, and he is not happy with today's show.
He says, bring on the pee-pee talk.
Yep.
Well, we're supposed to be a sports station, right? I think we should probably keep the pee-pee talk to a minimum.
Who the hell are you? I don't even know you anymore.
Just a straight shooter.
That's who you are, but you...
also having to be a mark-ass buster.
That's correct. I could be the mark-ass buster.
No.
Thank you. I mean, if anybody wants to bet, I guess I'll do it. Why not? If you want to bet me on the over-under on the 2.5 Blues trades, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Venmo for rolls. Venmo for rolls. I mean, I feel super confident in this, but you know what I could be? A mark-ass buster.
It would make all kinds of sense for them to do that. It's just a matter of if they can. It's an obvious statement, but I'm sure they'd love to unload a bunch of veterans, but would you get anything for them at this point, and would it be better to do it in the offseason? I guess that's the question.
We'll know within the next 30 hours, I guess, approximately 28 hours. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be joining us. It's TMA 101 ESPN. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Stiefel studios here. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding in while Martin deals with the unfortunate 4-year onboarding process that we just completed ourselves here. And then Jackson Burkett, as he is, I guess, getting Jeremy Rutherford on right now. Doug,
sounds like it.
Callier and Thompson phone lines. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646. Let's see what JR has to say. Just landed in San Jose where the Blues will take on the Sharks. It is where it's all going to go down, though, for the Blues here over the next 26 hours with this trade deadline fast approaching. JR, good morning.
Two-parters, Timmy, two-parters.
Yeah, two-parters coming in fast and furious. Well, what do you got? Any news on Parayko's decision?
Not as of yet, and that's checked on in the last half hour. No update, officially. I can tell you what people have probably, seen by now on social media. I tweeted last night that Colton Parayko was, in fact, at the game. He did walk out of the locker room after the win over Seattle. I saw him. People might be wondering, why didn't you stop him? Why didn't you talk to him? Why didn't you find out what's going on? And this is a situation where, there's rules and regulations post-game. We ask for a couple players and talk to them, and it's not a situation where you can just, run up to a guy, especially a guy who you respect and who's going through a situation like this and, to my knowledge, hasn't reached his decision. So, that's just not a situation to find out. But the team stayed in Seattle last night. They do not have a practice today. They're flying to San Jose. I'm as curious as anybody, who's going to be on that flight in terms of, is Parayko going to make the flight? When they do get here, what's going to happen tomorrow? So the Blues, Doug Armstrong, the management staff, they're all set up here in San Jose. They did not go to Seattle. So they're here bunkered down in San Jose, ready for tomorrow's trade deadline. And, could be a busy one still. I think even though the Parayko trade may not happen, if he invokes his no trade clause, I still think that there could be a lot of movement.
So with specificity to the Colton Parayko situation, are you under the impression from talking with your sources that Parayko needs to make a decision before the Blues will make moves?
It's a good question. I think it's a complex situation. I think, this begs the question of, if you're the Blues, how soon do you need to go to the player and ask to waive the no trade clause? Because now it does somewhat put the Blues in a little predicament if Colton Parayko takes his time. Now, people have been asking me, how much time does Colton Parayko have? There's unlimited time. Tyler Myers took a long time before he decided to go to Dallas. There's been other cases of that too. The difference with Parayko is there isn't 2 weeks before the deadline. There's 24 or 36 hours left before the deadline. So if it's going to happen before 2 o'clock tomorrow Central Time, he obviously has to make a decision. And I don't want to. We could find out in 10 minutes that he's decided to go to Buffalo. But I just want to emphasize that I really do thinking that he'll waive his no trade clause and go to Buffalo is premature. Some of the things that you hear, they don't rise to the level of that you can report them, or this is a story worthy of putting in the Athletic, or sometimes even a tweet. But you hear things that, that Parayko maybe isn't keen on the idea of going to Buffalo, or you hear that, he just really feels like he's got the roots established in St. Louis and he's caught off guard and he needs some time to think about this. And I think the longer it goes, it could be a situation where he says, you know what, I've got to make the decision that's best for me. And I think right now that's staying in St. Louis. If you guys come up with another deal in the summer and you want me to go there, whatever you want to do, come to me then. But right here and now, with less than 24 hours before the deadline, I want to stay in St. Louis.
So if I'm reading this right, are you saying that you are not expecting him to waive his no trade clause?
I'm saying that I don't think it's a guarantee that he's going to waive it. And again, we could find out in 15 minutes if something's announced. But I just think that there's been so much said, written, whether it be goodbyes or pictures or we'll miss you, that type of thing. And I think, like we've seen with Torrey Krug, like we saw with Braden Shen, And like we could see here, I've been in transit this morning coming from Seattle to San Jose, but I've flipped through social media, and I think there's a clip of, one of your good friends, Pat Maroon, and the video. I'm sure Jackson's got it ready to go if he doesn't already. He kind of spells out, that why would Colton Parayko waive his no trade clause when he's got the situation that he does in St. Louis. His girlfriend has strong roots here in St. Louis with Emo's Pizza, being from the area. It's just a lot when you find out yesterday afternoon that the team wants you to move for the first time, and you're going to tell them less than 12 hours later, yeah, it's okay. And without trying to, write a story on the air here about Colton's legacy, what some people, whether they're in St. Louis or Buffalo, have to keep in mind, this is a guy who, not long after he started playing for the Blues, Tim, he lived here year-round. Whenever the Blues organization needed anything, whether it be a hospital visit, whether it needed to be, hey, come try on the uniform and we're going to do a video and produce that when the uniforms are announced. He said, got it, I'm there. Like, this is a guy who was there every single time the Blues answered, and then yesterday he had his world rock. So I just think it's a situation where I wouldn't guarantee that he's going to waive the no-trade clause.
I would think if his girlfriend has the Emo's connection and the way that business is going, the last thing she needs right now is to be living in Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, and I don't pretend to know a lot of details, about that situation. As Martin, an 8-year-old Martin is crying right in front of me, right? That's what I picture Kilcoyne look. But I think that, that's the one side that, hey, we hear, about families and we hear about, St. Louis Blues players, marrying St. Louis girls and staying here after their career and so on and so forth. Again, I don't want to sit here and say that, I know everything about the situation. All I can tell you is that when you talk to people who know Colton Parayko, who are close to him, who might have talked to him in the last 24 hours, they have brought that factor up every single time. The fact that he has a girlfriend here with strong roots, and, it's not just as easy as jumping on a plane and heading to Buffalo.
And the reason you fight to get that no-trade clause in your contract is for this very moment. He earned that, yeah. So why would anyone hold it against him if he decides to say, no, I'm not going anywhere?
Yeah, that's true, and I'll add this to it. I'm not trying to say that he could have gotten $9 million on that contract, but when he signed that deal, I was pretty surprised, and I know there were concerns about Colton Parayko a few years ago, and he had the issue at the back and missed some time, and then came back and struggled a little bit. But $6.5 million AAV for a number one, shutdown defenseman who plays 23 minutes a night, 6.5 AAV is a low number. And so what happens is, hey, I'll take that AAV, let's negotiate the rest of the contract like they do. And yes, I want the no trade clause. He wants to be in St. Louis. So I spell that out, Doug, because, he earned it not only with his play, not only with his commitment to St. Louis, but taking the contract that he did at that time. The no trade was part of it, and this is what he gets to decide.
But then it's probably pretty awkward if he says, no, I'm not going, and then he's got to deal with a GM and a coach who are ready to see him go somewhere else. The whole situation's kind of uncomfortable now, isn't it?
Yeah, the problem here is with the fact that it's public that the Blues are trying to move Robert Thomas, and now what's happened with Colton Parayko, there kind of is no really going back. Like, could we be doing this show in 3 years and talk about Thomas and Parayko still being part of the Blues? It's possible, but it's highly doubtful, because what's going to happen is, if the Blues, let's say they don't trade a Thomas by tomorrow, or, the Parayko deal doesn't go through, he invokes his no trade clause, it's going to be a situation where this summer it's going to be revisited, and they're going to come up with another deal, maybe the same deal, it's just, a few months later, and figure out a way to move Parayko and or Thomas and others, because this is the direction they want to go. And then with that, Parayko will have had a couple months to decide. It's a new destination. Maybe it's a new team, new city that they're asking them to go to. But at some point, because of, the way the Blues are headed, this just seems obvious that most of these aging veterans with some term on their contract are going to be gone.
JR, did you get a chance to talk away from the mics, not violating the off-the-record code, but with any of the players or any of the organization on what really is a pivotal moment, I think, for the organization? I was listening to Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale on Curbside Podcast coming in to the station this morning. And, what Vitale was saying, he goes, we heard about Sundqvist, we heard about Falk, we heard about Schenn, but this is a different deal here. And this is a guy who is, approaching big-time historic numbers with the franchise. This is a different caliber of player when you're talking about Parayko, because this wasn't on the radar. In other words, are there some players who are surprised or disappointed to hear it, or anybody in the organization who didn't necessarily want to go and say it for a quote or on your mic to get a vibe on any pushback on this?
Yeah, and I did talk to. I'll just tell you, I talked to Braden Schenn a little bit last night. 30 seconds, but it was a situation where I asked him about Parayko, and he didn't really want to comment on the situation. And I think, as you tried to talk to players about the situation that the Blues are in and the trade deadline, and that it could be anybody, it's kind of been a tough couple days in that regard, because sometimes you don't know that this is how it's going to play out until a week or two before the trade deadline. But Blues and the players and the fans have known this for months now, right? And so, I think everybody just can't wait to get through it. But in terms of Parayko, you're right. And, it's our job, my job, to prepare fans for players who may or may not be traded. And I'm sitting there at my computer with the cursor blinking, and I've addressed Thomas, I've addressed Falk, I've addressed Schenn. And in my head, I always got to Parayko, and, you make some calls, and people say, yeah, I don't think so. He could, the young defensemen that they're bringing in are still a few years off. Parayko can kind of help bridge the gap till you get to that point. And also, you make some calls and you find out that, no, they've heard nothing, their camp, in terms of the Blues wanting to move them. And so, you don't touch on it. And I think that, should you have in hindsight? I suppose, but I just think, like you said, that this one kind of came out of left field. And I think, knowing that Colton Parayko was likely caught off guard by it too, I think that, few people who even follow the team, around the team, or are involved in these matters were thinking that the Blues would try to move Colton Parayko. I mean, it makes sense and it fits with what they're trying to do, but he seemed like a guy who might escape the plan. But, Doug Armstrong, Alexander Steen mean business right now, and trying to get Colton Parayko to waive, it's a huge surprise, but I think that it's one that I didn't think needed as much attention as we see that it needed now.
JR, we got 60 seconds. I know you are super busy. Robert Thomas, Jordan Binnington, anything new there?
Yeah, so I think with Thomas, it could pop up. The one thing with him is he's going to need some time to decide too. He can't just give the Blues an answer right when they call him. The trade deadline's tomorrow at 2. So I would think that they'd, if they're going to do that, that would something that would be in motion today. I still would never count Utah out. I think Utah is a place that he would probably go with Bill Armstrong. Good team there. Would he waive? But Utah's going to have to come up with the package. And then Binnington, quickly, I don't know that anything will be done by tomorrow. I still think something, if it doesn't get done tomorrow, will be done in the summer. Carolina was nibbling. I think Montreal could be interested. And the one thing I'll always say with Jordan Binnington, I'll end on this, is I've heard him 1,000 times say, I love being in the show. I love playing in the show. He told me Arizona, playing out there at the college campus, that wasn't the show. If this guy could go to a big market, play somewhere, like in Montreal, I think he would take that opportunity.
That's Jeremy Rutherford. Make sure you are listening throughout the day here on 101 ESPN, reading JR and The Athletic, and, of course, following him on Twitter for all the latest on the Blues and this trade deadline, which is certainly coming to a culmination, but adding some new elements that we didn't expect just 24 hours ago. JR, appreciate the time and the great reporting, man. Thanks so much for calling us on a quick turnaround as you land in San Jose.
Yeah, sorry about Marty crying there in the background.
Yeah, that was not good. That was not professional. Thanks, JR.
Yep, see you guys.
There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford with us. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA. Oh, so good. You ever see that music video?
I don't think I did. No.
Recommend it. It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais when Martin deals with the onboarding and Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Go back and podcast today's presentation with this Blues trade deadline being the lead today. Chris Pronger wanted us to call him to be on the program. He said to Martin, call me. Jim Edmonds was with us for an all-encompassing conversation. You like that term, all-encompassing?
I'm okay with it. I'll let it go.
Ryan Luechtefeld on the Billikens in senior night, and Jeremy Rutherford just landing in San Jose. He was with us yesterday, or 2 days ago?
Yesterday.
Thank you. And, yeah, he was on the phone yesterday, that's right. And with all this news going on. All right, Doug, my read from JR, he's as close to knowing Colton Parayko is not going to go to Buffalo without absolutely knowing it and can't say it. That was my read walking out of that interview. Thoughts, concerns?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. If he has such a strong connection to St. Louis, and he started playing here in 2015.
11 years, Jack.
So at this point, he may have lived longer in St. Louis than he has anywhere else in his life. This is his home, and he's got the strong connection. And if his girlfriend is tied in with the Emos business or the Emos family, I'm not sure. The last place she wants to go right now is Buffalo, New York. Why would they move?
That's what Patty Maroon was saying.
Yeah.
Did you pull that? I saw you moving around when JR brought it up. Let's hear what Maroon was saying.
I don't know.
This
There
morning.
might be curse words in it. I have yet.
Well, we already dealt with that with Edmonds 3 times.
No.
We'll battle through it.
Yeah. Are you the St. Louis Blues insider for this or what? What are you hearing from the Blues here? We could use your input.
Is Parayko going to wave?
I don't think he will. Why would you?
Yeah.
He's he's not married. He has a girlfriend from St. Louis. Have you guys ever been to Emo's Pizza? He's dating an Emo's girl. I mean, he's ties with St. Louis.
Yeah, that's good insight right there.
Feel like, that's a lot on a kid. They're in Seattle. You have to wave it. Like, he doesn't play yesterday. He's at the rink. Like, maybe let him go home first and decide and, like, kick. You have a full another day. Like, maybe fly him home. Hey, go home, see, like, what your thoughts are, and then.
Patty, what do you think about him too? Like, knowing him as well as you do, and I know him from a distance, obviously, but like the nicest fucking guy in the world.
Oh no!
Say this is
no! Okay. I was afraid of that.
Doug.
Oh.
Well, tonight I'll probably do it with the 8-year-old right after school. I'll pick him up.
Get him out of school early.
Yeah,
because he's going to hear about it from his mates.
And then maybe with the 4-year-old.
Yeah. You may not even be able to go there with him. Just wait. Maybe this will all die out by the time he's old enough to understand. Well, it sounds like everybody's kind of leaning towards why would he go?
Yeah. He's with the Emos girl.
Yeah. He probably gets all the free pizza he wants.
That's what Patty Maroon had to say. That's insight right there.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Patty Maroon? Breaking it down. And what are the chances there would have been an F-bomb and it wasn't from Maroon?
Yeah.
That would have paid 10-1.
That was surprising.
Yeah.
So we just shut it down at that point. Now we're not going there again.
I can't. I have to listen to it in full, and we don't have time.
All right. Don't snip at me.
John Score says we're done. He says, well, the show had a good run. Yeah, I guess 22 years.
I hope it didn't go out.
It's not bad.
I dumped it.
Okay.
Guess I'll just go on YouTube tomorrow. So we're gone?
No, we're fine.
No. We get to do the show again tomorrow.
We dumped it. That's the only thing that matters. You have a dump button over there, Doug.
Is that right? Do we?
Yeah, all of you have dump buttons.
For ourselves, but not for the main show.
What do you mean?
We could dump out the whole show?
Yes.
Deduct the fine out of Pale's paycheck. That's some Chief J Strong blow.
Even though I said that there's likely a curse word in here and be careful.
I thought you were the only ones who had the ability to.
No, this is FM radio here, baby. This is the big time.
This is really.
This is the big time. You can dump. Doug, feel free to dump.
Okay.
Hey, I guess I'll go see Dr. Brandon Pryor today while my Hubbard Health Insurance still works.
Yeah, get it in now.
100 West Dental It's on Manchester in Baldwin. That's 100westdental.com. Struggling to eat steak, missing a tooth, denture that's floating around like a hockey puck? Get to know Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental. Complex rehabilitative dentistry, implants, reconstructions, etc., giving you the ability to chew and smile back to 100%. Most dentists charge you $500 just to find out what's wrong. Not Dr. Pryor. And this is for the TMA audience only. Dr. Pryor is waiving the cost of a 3D scan and implant consultation. That's a $450 value on the house just to see if you're a good candidate. Get your smile and your life back. Call 100 West Dental at 636-585-0100 or visit 100westdental.com to schedule right from your phone. Tell them that I sent you for a complimentary implant consult. There it is, 100westdental.com. We'll take a break, come back with final segment of TMA that includes the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. BK and Ferrari at the top of the hour. This is 101 ESPN.
A Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey toast for this year's St. Patrick's Day. Here's to making a big whiskey in a small town, to a triple blend of spirit with a single purpose of community, and to the friends in our lives, not the likes in our phones. A genuine toast over a round with your favorite people. That's one of my favorite things to do, especially around this time of year. The weather starts to get a little warmer. Love that St. Patrick's Day parade. Gather up some of my favorite people, get a little Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey, pour it up, and we have a toast to good health and good friends, because that's what life's all about. It's what Tullamore Dew was built upon. Celebrate the holiday this year with an official sponsor of the St. Louis Dogtown Parade, Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey. Triple blended, triple distilled for the ultimate balance and flavor. Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York. Please enjoy Tullamore Dew responsibly. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues back in action tomorrow, taking on the Sharks. Pregame at 8, puck drop at 9, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
It's Team A 101 ESPN. Big program today. Recommended going back and watching it on YouTube. Doug, we're at 6,690 subscribers. You're approaching the gold bullion.
That'd be sweet.
If you can get to 6,700 by tomorrow, you get that gold bullion bonus. BK and Ferrario coming up. I'd podcast this one. Chris Pronger, Jim Edmonds, Ryan Luechtefeld, Jeremy Rutherford, just in the previous segment live from San Jose, where Colton Parayko has not made his decision as the Blues get ready to fly from Seattle to San Jose. And JR is on top of that story. And I would recommend listening to 101 ESPN throughout the day and following JR on The Athletic and Twitter for the latest on this trade deadline story. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month competition brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. And then the big prize is from Schaefer Door Company. Jackson Burkett has our winner for day 4. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jackson Burkett.
First 3 days, 3 new winners. That trend continues on the 4th day with the Heiser House Hooligan taking
the
home.
Heiser House Hooligan. Wow.
Okay.
Isn't he the one complaining that his text never get read, but he won an email of the day?
I think he did some whining, yeah.
Wow. How about that?
Upset, you'd say?
A little bit.
Okay. Yeah. We've had a lot of, the votes have been very spread out so far this month. There's been, a lot of just single issue voters, really.
Congratulations to the Heiser House Hooligan. Nobody with 2 wins just yet. You can always email in, even on the off hours. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Anything for my podcast, which includes anything. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Anything is welcome on that podcast. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. BK and Ferrario coming up next for Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.